ABC News. Good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. The Defence Minister, Richard Marles, says joint maritime patrols with the Philippines will happen soon as tensions with China rise. Southeast Asia correspondent Bill Birtles reports from San Antonio.
Richard Marles is in the Philippines to watch the biggest ever joint exercises between the two countries. More than 1,000 Australian personnel have taken part in a week of drills, which, while long planned, are taking place as China increasingly pressures Filipino fishing boats heading to disputed reefs. The Philippines is pushing for Australia to now jointly do maritime patrols. Speaking next to his Philippines counterpart, Richard Marles says he hopes to see those joint patrols soon, saying planning is underway. He also reaffirmed Australia's support for an international court ruling that rejected the basis for most of China's claims in the South China Sea.
The Australian Electoral Commission says it's not expecting voter confusion in the upcoming Voice to Parliament referendum. No campaigners, led by the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, had criticised voting provisions because a tick would be accepted as a formal vote, but a cross wouldn't be. The Commission's Evan Eakin-Smith says that's in keeping with long-standing precedent.
That's going to be a very small number of people. But if they don't follow the instructions, and they mark either a tick or a cross, we've got very clear legal advice about how we treat those, and it's all to do with the voter's intent.
Embattled ex-Labor MP Will Fowles is facing a police investigation into an alleged assault following a referral from the Premier earlier this month. Police have confirmed detectives from the Sexual Crimes Unit are investigating an alleged incident in Melbourne's CBD. Mr Fowles, who represents Ringwood, was forced to resign from caucus. He strongly denies any wrongdoing. A horror fatal double fatal crash in Melbourne's west has prompted another police warning on dangerous driving. Emergency services were called to Kimpton Way in Altona last night to find a car split in pieces after hitting a tree. The two men inside the high-performance vehicle, a 36-year-old and a 24-year-old, died at the scene. Senior Sergeant Andrew Whelan says confronting scenes stay with first responders forever.
Our message is of disappointment. We're doing our best. Victoria Police is doing our best to reduce the road toll. We can't do this on our own, so it's time for the community to step up and check their behaviour and attitudes out on the road.
Australia's largest operator of electronic gambling machines has been fined $500,000 for deliberately depriving gamblers of the ability to set time and loss limits. Victoria's gambling regulator says the Australian Leisure and Hospitality Group failed to install mandatory technology on more than 200 of its machines across Melbourne. Head of the Victorian Gambling and Casino Control Commission, Annette Kimmett, says she was shocked at the scale of the breach.
It's a really important system that empowers players to set time and loss limits on their play. Not even having that available to patrons is a really grave non-compliance.
An American legal expert expects Donald Trump will strongly defend himself against charges of plotting to overturn the 2020 presidential election. The former president was booked at an Atlanta jail on more than a dozen felony charges. Afterwards, he described the case as a travesty of justice. University of California law professor Gabrielle Chin says Mr Trump will seek to rely on the legal advice he received following the election.
I am not a lawyer, Donald Trump will say, and I had all of these other lawyers telling me that this is exactly what I'm supposed to do. It's no crime, and you can't put me in jail, he's going to say.
The AFL has made changes to the score review system following last week's controversial decision which denied Adelaide a goal. A goal umpire incorrectly deemed a goal in the dying minute of the game between Sydney and the Crows as a behind. Under the changes, a second senior supervisor will be part of the review process ahead of the finals which start next month. The move is made in a bid to minimise the risk of another score review bungle during the finals. To the weather for the state tomorrow. Areas of morning fog and frost in the northeast. A cool, cloudy day in the south with isolated showers on and south of the ranges, contracting eastwards in the afternoon. For Melbourne, cloudy tomorrow, a top of 15. Cloudy on Sunday, 16. Partly cloudy on Monday and 18. It's currently 12 degrees. ABC News.
Step into the heart of creativity on ABC iView. A place to embrace a national treasure with Inside the Sydney Opera House.
Opening nights are always stressful.
It's ridiculous how emotional it makes me.
We just need to make sure we get it right.
And enjoy artworks, Last Night of the Proms, Knowing the Score, and so much more.
Do you expect to be that mood?
I didn't.
Your heart's desire in arts, music, and culture.
It is magic.
All streaming for free on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go!
Something big is
The
coming.
2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal!
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He hits, he goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
And Buster Elliott back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35 and boy does he love it.
Good by Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL
On ABC Radio
Sport Digital.
and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
It's the last Friday night of the regular season. It is footy's biggest weekly stage, and tonight it offers the platform for Collingwood to try and lock up their first minor premiership in a dozen years. Meanwhile, for the Essendon Bombers, they are in a tailspin, coming off their fifth biggest loss in club history. That extends back to 1897 in VFL-AFL history. Absolutely spanked last week by the Giants. Let's see how they go against one of their chief rivals tonight in the Magpies. Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron in commentary this evening. Tim Hodges with us on the boundary. Our grandstand AFL experts are Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. There is no late change here at the G tonight. It is a cool evening, around 12 degrees after what was a sensational day. Got to a top of 20 in Melbourne. Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti is the sub for the Bombers in what is going to be his farewell game. Then for Collingwood, Finn McRae is in for his first start of the year, the younger brother of Jack McRae from the Bulldogs. So he plays for the first time since the last round of the home and away season last year in that pulsating game between the Blues and the Magpies. So he'll start as the tactical sub tonight for Collingwood. Ben Cameron's here. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Great to be here. It's a full dress rehearsal for for Collingwood, if they wish to play finals, if they wish to try and regain their best form this year is what I'm trying to say. I was going to get stuck into Corbin and say that Essendon was still theoretically a chance of playing finals if they win by about 230 points and results go their way, which is not going to happen for Collingwood.
The night's still young, so...
For Collingwood, they're trying to wrap up the minor premiership, their first since 2011, and their 20th overall, and really get their game going. They haven't been the same side in the last 6 weeks. Can they do that here tonight?
We're about to find out. Cameron Ling's here. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corby. Hello, Benny. Hello, Mick. Hello, everyone. Hello, Hodgie as well, who's downstairs for us tonight. Can I throw something into your equation, Benny? Jake Kelly out, Stringer out, Caldwell out, Guelphy out, Wright out, Draper out. There is no chance in hell, regardless of what the math says, that Essendon are going to get anywhere near the finals. In fact, when you look at those outs who all are just conveniently injured this week, it feels like they wouldn't mind sliding in the opposite direction on the ladder and just getting a little earlier on the draft board.
There is another club and another brother that's done the same, Lingy. Be careful.
Yes.
Your old side.
You're exactly right. That is a great point. However,
have they got together, those two boys?
That side is not coming off a 120-point loss, and also this side didn't win the premiership last year.
No.
So Essendon, I find it strange. Now I want to put it out there. That could be all absolute legit, and why would you risk the quality of those players? But, gee, it worries me. If you lost in your last two games by a total of 200-plus points, all the positivity of this season and how much they've improved is gone in a flash.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Mick? What are we in for tonight?
I'm totally in agreement with Lingy. They've got the fourth worst percentage in the league. Fourth worst. So just behind, well behind them is West Coast, North Melbourne. And then there's Hawthorn, who have been outstanding in the last month. In fact, Hawthorn haven't been bad all year. They've just had some bad quarters. I'm with you, Lingy. They all say your last quarter of the game sometimes reflects how you start your game. I also believe that the last couple of weeks of the year, sometimes you go into the pre-season with that hanging over your head. It is not a pleasant feel. So Bombers, I'm not convinced. If they're all injured, they're all injured, but they need to show some resistance tonight.
We're about to head inside the Essendon camp. Just quickly, the two biggest news stories in footy today. The Brownlow medalist is out of Sunday's last game of the regular season, so Patrick Cripps won't play against the Giants. He was obviously banged up in that victory against the Suns last week. And breaking news out of the Magpies, Collingwood has confirmed that Nick Dacos is still 7 to 10 days away from resuming running, and he will not play in the qualifying final. So the Magpies have already put a line through Nick Dacos, the Brownlow favourite. He won't play in the first final. Darcy Moore trained with the VFL this morning, and the captain is a lock for the qualifying final to start September. We'll get the thoughts of Mick and Lingy on that in just a moment, but let's kick it down to Tim Hodges, who's on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, I don't know what you and Mick and Lingy were doing to us here. Dylan will never turn up early to an interview ever before. Dylan Chill, thanks for your time. That was a brutal few minutes to have to listen to.
Yeah, it's not doesn't make it easy for me being one of the Essendon players hearing those comments, but yeah, that's all right. I respect the opinion of Mick. Mick, you do sound like a guy who coached the opponent tonight, so I'll let you slide. But Lingy, come on, mate, I'm not buying that, mate. We're certainly not tanking. We're going to be, I just came out of the team meeting then, and Scotty's certainly revving the boys up with the intention to compete tonight. And regardless of who's out there, we're going to be giving it our best crack.
Last Saturday was terrible, and then the selection last night was horrible for Essendon supporters. Can you sell them some hope? What are the confidence levels like? The boys just run past us to do their warm up. Can you sell some hope that they can be right in it tonight against the Pies?
Look, I'm not here to sell. Our performance is what sells, and I have to respect. The response or the reaction to our performance last week was unacceptable, and for everything, all the good that we've done over the season, it's like a reputation. It's like a bucket of water, as Warren Buffett says. It's going to drip away, and then you can kick it over in one hit, and that's kind of how it felt for me and my teammates last weekend. But we have an opportunity tonight to, as Mick was saying, we can set a really good tone for our break in pre-season to get us going for next year. So it was disappointing, but the guys are ready to respond.
I have a feeling Mick and Lingy are itching to ask you a few questions. Dylan, I'll send you upstairs.
Dylan, thank you for joining us. And I appreciate everything you're saying, because there is that argument between, the players out on the field will never, ever do anything other than be at their absolute peak effort and peak performance. So I would never suggest that for 1 second. I do have a point about, I think, when a decision's getting made, do we play a player in order to finish the year off on a more competitive note? Or do we not risk him and send him in for surgery or leave him out with 2024 in mind? How are those decisions arrived at? Is the leadership group or the consultation with the players taken into account at all?
I think you've got to stay consistent with how we select the team and the processes behind that, just because it's a dead rubber for our footy club. Obviously I understand if we win by a couple hundred points, we're in for a chance, but trying to be realistic here. I'd like to think the same processes are in place, and that we do have the ability to take in the well-being of a player with his body and health, and whether he's at increased risk of doing any damage that could upset his future football. So I'm sure that we're not the only club that's had to make or consider players for this final game. So I understand what you're saying, Lingy. We're going to try and win and compete every weekend, but there does come an opportunity where if you can protect a player from any further risk, then I'd imagine we'd take it.
How do you see, and perhaps some of the more experienced players see this year? Have you taken the step forward that you were hoping to take forward?
Yeah, I think we have, Lingy. We're really, really competitive against the best teams in the competition, and we took some really steps forward in some key moments throughout the year, and but at the same time, as I touched on earlier, it's like the bucket of water. It's you can do all the good for 20-21 rounds, and it can be wiped out within one match. And obviously the game last week was super disappointing, and you don't really want to be experiencing too many of them in your career. So I'm realistic. I think we've taken steps forward, but at the same time I understand the public reaction to our performance last week. But I'm not going to say that one match will define this group.
Dylan, just to add to that, we all knew that 2 weeks ago West Coast were beaten by 100 points, and then it become there's the Dogs with their fight for the 8 versus pride from West Coast, and we saw West Coast turn it right around. So I'm certainly not downing it, and I know Lingy's not downing who's out there. If you've been at that meeting, and without giving away too much, where do you reckon you might be able to get the pies, given that every week is a different week? And I totally understand that on the back of what I just said about West Coast. So where are you going to generate your play, and where can you stop Collingwood playing?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mick. I think we just need to play to the strengths that we've been able to execute all year, and regardless of which opponent that is, we know we can do it, and we're able to play some really good football against Collingwood and Anzac Day. So our ability on offence to be able to control the footy by foot and uncontested marks is something that's come organically out of our game plan, and just our ability to be able to pressure. At our best, we're a really good pressure differential team. So we know that they're a pretty slick outfit when they've got the ball in hand, Collingwood. So we need to be able to make sure we're putting a lot of pressure on them, and that'll be able to save our legs on defence.
Just a little bit. I know there's not much time, but a little bit on Kyle Langford. He just seems to have had an outstanding year. Lingy's sitting next to me. I'm not going to ask him is he in the Australian squad or even in the list, but he just seems to be a Mr. Fix-It. Now he's sort of tied up that forward line for you.
Oh, he's had an exceptional year, Mick. It's funny, I got to the club in 2019, and he's just had this obsession with being a midfielder, and just with his body type and his attributes, it just I think that his teammates and coaches were really keen for him to explore more of a forward role for us, because he's so good in the air for his size, and then obviously he's found himself sort of through a need, if anything, to play forward, and his mobility as our key forward this year has been really exceptional, and everybody's just so happy for the seasons he's had, and hopefully he gets rewarded at the end of the season with it.
Sure, and all the best, mate. I just hope we can keep in touch with one another over the next few years while you're playing. So it's good stuff, really.
Yeah,
really good.
Appreciate it, Mick. I actually need to reconnect with you, mate, because last time I was all Australian where we were reconnected. So maybe we should catch up for a coffee soon.
It stands to reason. Essendon's midfield depth. Darcy Parish, Zach Merritt, Jai Caldwell, Ben Hobbs, Will Setterfield, Elijah Sardis, Nick Cox, Perkins, Durham, Martin, and your good self. Can you all fit in there moving forward?
I mean, midfielders occupy the most spots in any team on a game day. So we've obviously got a lot of guys that can roll through there, as do every other team. So it's not really something that we're focused on. But when the guys are there that are playing, like, we expect them to compete in the contest and be able to work both ways, offensively and defensively. And we believe we've got the cattle to do that. There's certainly a lot of room for improvement for us during this off season. But looking at within the eyes of those guys that you mentioned, they're willing to get to work.
Dylan, your time's always appreciated. Have a good summer.
Thanks, guys.
Dylan Shield with us from the Bombers.
My favourite Warren Buffett quote, he mentioned the bucket and kicking it over, but my favourite is someone sitting in the shade of a tree that someone else planted long ago, Mick.
Oh.
So the question is, have Essendon and Brad Scott planted the tree that Essendon fans will get to sit in the shade of in years to come, do you think?
It's called an oak tree. You plant the acorn. I don't mind Essendon's recruitment. I know it's taken some hits over the last few years. People have said they've gone the wrong direction, and we've picked all midgets. I don't think they have picked all midgets. Some of those players, the 6 foot, the old 6 foot to 6'3", 6'4" players, have actually played around the flanks, and that's a tradition of Essendon where they've had that height. Remember that right across the ground, they'd be all over 6 foot. It was hard to match. Their midfield's okay, but their midfield, to me, of all those players you mentioned, that what they have to attack is what the game looks like now. Is McGuinness part of the scene? And I'm saying that because good sides now, with a good lineup in the middle, can expect someone to come in and knock one of their best players over, the McGuinness type, and then take that part out of it, and all of a sudden you now have to rejig your forward line, your midfield. I suspect that they're still 1 or 2 good drafting years away from being what Brad would like before he can set up.
They've had 5 picks in the last 3 years inside the top 13, so they have had high-end talent through the door in recent times. And as we've seen from other clubs, if you can hit on even 2 or 3 of those,
that's
it makes a huge difference.
That's
they've had
because they add on.
Yeah,
you almost have half your team full of those 4 or 5 year. Yeah.
So Reid and Cox we haven't seen a lot of because of injury, but Perkins we like from what we've seen. Sardis has just come on; his injury interrupted first season, and Ben Hobbs I think a lot of people really like.
Harry Jones, as well. Yeah, I like their drafting. It is very much a draft and develop model that they've gone down, which I'm a fan of. They've got some tough calls to make on 1 or 2 highly paid players, and whether or not they're worth the dollars. Darcy Parish is one of them in the midfield.
I hope they keep him. I really do hope they try to keep him.
For the right price, though.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm as a coach, I never got involved in what they're on, and I try to keep out of that sort of stuff. I'm not saying I'm coaching Essendon, but the simple fact is that when you're a player like that, you've got to see. You've come to a football club, and if even right now, what you hear about what players are on to keep players at the club, there is a little sacrifice for success. You've got to pay a price to keep 25 really good players and then 15 developing players at your football club. You don't win premierships with your top 5 players. You win it with the next group. And if all they're getting $1 million and someone else is only getting that, and you've got nothing to bring through, then you're going to rely heavily on 1 or 2 players kicking the ball and marking their own kick.
The other one's Jake Stringer. What they do with him.
Yeah.
For the dollars versus output, they've got a really tough call. If they make the right calls for the right dollar amounts on those types of players, then they have a model and a development system of those quality draft picks, high-end draft picks, that can come through and have some success for the Bombers.
I get the feeling in the way you hear Brad Scott speak, it feels like he's really looking forward to the summer ahead. Brad. Yep, he was appointed late, and he gets the chance now to come in, and he's had this group for a whole year, and Ross has been talking all year about the year of exploration at St Kilda, and now Brad gets a chance to sort of have a look at them over the summer. They clearly need to stiffen them up defensively. That's been a problem for them, especially in recent weeks, which has been exposed. So if they win tonight, which they are underdogs, they'd have to cause an upset. It will give them a winning season. So they're 11-11 with 1 to go.
That's big. But stiffen up defence, though, that's your back line. Everyone, if you looked around this grandstand and you said defence, they go, it's your back line. No, defence is defence. That's why I use McGuinness as an example, because he goes in there and cuts someone out of the game. He's the best one at the moment. Lingy, you've played that role and very, very successfully. What it does, it disrupts another team. That just running face to face with someone doesn't do that.
Yep, I've got to get on to Collingwood. They're really the clear story tonight, obviously trying to win a minor premiership for the first time since 2011. Do you remember what that was like, Mick, back as the minor premiers of the league a dozen years ago, obviously leading the Magpies as the number one team in the league. They've won more minor premierships than any other side. If they win tonight, it'll be their 20th in club history. The big breaking news, which we've just learned, is that Nick Dacos is out for the first final. We focus a lot, obviously, on him as a second-year transcendent star. He's obviously the Brownlow medal favourite. How big a blow is it, Lingy, to learn now that he won't be there for that quali?
Well, at least now they're not, will he, won't he? And same with the rest of the playing list as well. It's all right. Hey, don't think that it'll be okay, Nick's coming back. No, we're going to play finals and he's not playing. So this is what we need to concentrate on. This is what we need to do. So the fact there's clarity around that, I think, is really good. It hurts them, of course, because he is a star, and not just because he's in his second year. He's a star, full stop. His line-breaking run, his ability to hit the scoreboard, kick the ball inside forward 50, is so important for them. But they're deep enough. I mean, Darcy Moore, assuming he's fine, which it's been announced that he should be right for that first final. Assuming Jordan De Goey's fine, and now he's playing, but that hip, was it any more of a concern than just a bit of a tight hip or glute? Assuming those players are healthy and the rest of them are, they're good enough to cover Nick Dacos until the point in time where he comes back.
So the mystique around them is seemingly gone. They lost 2 of their first 18 games. Now they've lost 3 of their last 4. And so I guess the question is, how much of it is you're sitting on top of the tree, you can't fake urgency. So the September starts when it starts, and they're sort of waiting to get there to the qualifying final. How much of it is that and a hunger issue and sort of just waiting out the month of August, and how much of it is a real problem that they actually need to address in their game before the first qualifying final, and now they've only got 4 quarters to correct it?
Yeah, well, I don't. It's nonsense about backing off because we're on top of the ladder. That good sides, great sides, just keep the foot to the floor and just keep going. I don't reckon their game strength. I know all these figures that people come up with. This is what their first part of the year, second part of the year. They've won roughly the same amount of quarters, I think, as second and third side or fourth side. I'll say this now: that there comes a time when you can give up 2 or 3 goals at 3/4 time, and we're going to do it. Oh, the crowd will do it for us. The crowd are fantastic, Collingwood's crowd. The problem that I see with that is, why are they 3 down? It's not a matter of will we make it up. It's why are you 3 down? Why are we 5 down? Why are we down at half time? Are we slow starters? Are we making mistakes? Are we too aggressive on the back line? You get Collingwood out the back all the time because they are super aggressive. They come up the ground. We know all that. And Hawthorn, I thought the coaching of Hawthorn was outstanding because on the way back, when the opposition have the ball, they fall back. And when you fall back, you leave 45, not 45 degrees, 45 metres out. So you make sure your kickers are outside there, can kick 50 metres. So there's a number of things that have been caught up with. I don't necessarily think, in fact, I'm positive it's not a hunger thing.
Yep.
I just think that perhaps this is a lot closer than what we all thought. Adelaide, I'll use Adelaide as an example. Adelaide put the cue in the rack. They thought that they can hold them out in Adelaide with 22 points, lose by a point. Over here, perhaps a free kick to
Jordan Dawson.
But there's a side that's finished outside the 8 that should have beaten them twice. They've lost to Brisbane twice. They've lost to Melbourne, who's a good defensive side. They've lost to Hawthorn, who just manipulated the ground their way. Perhaps those wins, the 17 wins, perhaps that's 14 or 15. Maybe it's 16. But that puts them with Brisbane, Port and Melbourne. Carlton lost 6 or 7 in a row. They probably thought then they went to bits. Maybe 1 or 2 of those could have been it. So all of a sudden you've got 5 or 6 sides that are perhaps pretty close. Collingwood's best is very, very good. When they don't play their best, it's not horrible, but what it does, it gives you the ball back. Collingwood do not want you to have the ball back because you'll get caught out the back.
Do you see it that way?
Just on Mick's point, I'm very positive on Collingwood, but Mick's point's a good one about having to come back and why they're in that position. 3 goals behind at 3/4 time is a lot harder to come back from in finals. Last year, they were probably the second best team in the competition. But the two times where they fell short of the comeback was in the qualifying final and the prelim final. They lose two close ones, where throughout the home and away season they'd won all of those close ones. It is hard to come back from 18 points down in a final.
And they've lost their last three when they've trailed at three-quarter time. So they've stopped having those great comebacks.
Yep, and only, I think, 12 times they've led at three-quarter time this year. So just to illuminate Mick's point a little further, this is Friday night footy. There is no late change. Finn McRae is the sub for Collingwood and Anthony McDonald, Tipperwoody for the Bombers. The full preview next.
There's a bigger picture to be found, a wider viewpoint. There's more than one side to every story, and you'll find so much more with ABC News Online. Around the world and from wherever you are, get a bigger picture of the stories that matter to you with explainers, live blogs and analysis. Your news, your way, every day from Australia's most trusted news source. Download the ABC News app or head to ABC News Online.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy.
He launches an absolute rocket under the bright lights of Friday night footy.
'Cause here it comes, AFL. On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
One of the game's most storied rivalries. It is Essendon versus Collingwood, and tonight we write the next chapter. It is the end of Essendon's season. 2023 will come to a close. Will it be a winning season for the Bombers? They find themselves 11-11, but you can frame most of it through the Magpies, who are trying to win their first minor premiership for the first time in a dozen years. Collingwood 17-5. They win tonight. They will finish top of the tree at the end of the home and away season. Corbin Middlemaz with you in commentary at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, where the floodlights are out. And the Bombers have their jumper, which is laid out in a huge sheet over the top of the broadcast wing here, which they have altered this red sash tonight. The famous sash which Essendon have worn in every single game throughout their almost 130-year history in this competition. And tonight they have turned the sash into a seatbelt, which is something that they have done some 12, 13 years ago now on the previous occasion, which is really a nod to their partnership with the TAC and to try and combat the tragedy of deaths on our road. So you'll see that in Essendon's strip tonight. Ben Cameron's going to call the footy with me. Our Friday night experts, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse with us. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. There is no late change for the Bombers or the Magpies, the two Medi subs. Anthony McDonald, Tipperwoody, in what will be his final game for Essendon, and for Collingwood it is Finn McRae. The big breaking news in footy is that Nick Dacos has been ruled out by the Magpies for the qualifying final, so he will not play. Won't be running for another 7 to 10 days. So regardless whether Collingwood finish first tonight, and they'll be hosting a qualifying final at some stage during the final series in week one, Nick Dacos, their second-year star, won't be there. Meanwhile, Patrick Cripps is also out this weekend, the Brownlow medalist from last season, so he misses Carlton's final game of the home and away season on Sunday against the Giants. Good evening, Ben. Great to have you with us.
It's great to be here, Corbin. Really looking forward to it. A tremendous cause that Essendon are endorsing here tonight. It wasn't received overly well by their members in the wake of the Post announcing it. There were a lot of jokes about passengers last week, about a car crash of a season. Again, not to make light of it, but the Essendon fans didn't respond overly well to the announcement during the week in the wake of their 126-point defeat. And just on Collingwood, Corbin, you speak a lot about a get-right spot for teams. This is the ultimate get-right spot. They haven't been themselves. They need to be tonight to get it right before the finals begin and the real season starts, as Ross Lyon calls it.
They are looking to try and defy a little bit of history as well. So no Premier in the last decade has lost 2 of their final 4 games. The Magpies have already dropped 2 games during the last month of the season. Dustin Fletcher is out there selling some of that message as well. Of course, the great of the Essendon Football Club, and we're awaiting the arrival of both teams. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling are with us. It's a huge night for the Magpies, and for the Bombers, it's one last run around in season 2023. I mean, both of you have been lucky enough to participate in final series just about every single year you've been involved in footy. But for these games, for Essendon and for a number of teams this weekend that have one more go at it, what's the message? What's it like as a player, and what do you tell them as a coach?
Well, as a coach, in Brad's case, yes, it's 200 points and sides have got to lose in front of them, so it's not going to happen. It's, well, you talk about pride, you talk about next year, you talk about setting up for next year, leave a lasting memory, but don't neglect what our principles are. And I was really pleased that Dylan said that this is our game structure. Okay, we got off it, we got smashed last week, but we want to stick to that. And I think that's the most important thing. As a coach going forward into his second year, he'll want to be able to drag through the essence of what he's trying to get and then add on the next year. It's very... I know Chris Scott, his first year they won a premiership. There's 5 or 6 first-year coaches that have won premierships, but it's a rarity. Essendon have improved. They've got, their percentage is terrible because of a couple of bad losses, but generally speaking, they look like they've got something that resembles what they want to do. Now, personnel, they might have to change a little bit around, but I would say that'd be the message to me, to my players, would be, make me think about January, what you did in September or in August, so that we can carry on next year.
Do you even remember what it was like, Lingy, a dead rubber in the last game of the home and away season?
It is hard to remember, but it did happen, yes. It's not a nice feeling. You can't help but want the season over because you're tired, you're sore, your body's probably been bashed to smithereens, and you want to get away on your break. And while you're still hungry and desperate to win and play good football, you can't help but have an eye on, geez, I'd just rather this was over and done with. But now they're going to come out and perform. And they've got to come out and perform against an arch rival, a team that, talk about the messaging from the coach, would be, for Collingwood, do the work early. Be ruthless and hard and right on your game early and blow them out of the water and make it a really easy night for yourself in the long run. You know, you can almost put the cue in the rack in the last quarter if you do the work early. If you let them hang around and you give this Essendon team some confidence, you're in for a tough night. They'll just stick with you. It'll be ugly. It'll be hard work. And we're going to go right to the very end. You smash them out of the water early, they'll be on their holidays. They'll already be thinking about their Mad Monday and gone. If Collingwood have that mindset, and Essendon might try and talk themselves into being up for this game, but it's not real, it could get so very ugly for the Bombers tonight. And that 200-plus points in the last 2 rounds of the season is a real possibility.
It is. Can I just jump in there and just say, Lingy, you've been a captain. This is where merit's got to stand up.
Yep.
This is a great case of Brad. I know Brad Scott. I've worked with Brad. Fantastic young man, but when they cross that line, there's going to be a player that's got to take charge. Now, it didn't happen last week, so this is a Ling Merritt situation, captain.
You can hear the Bombers theme song in the background. They burst through the banner. The pyrotechnics have gone off, and that man, Zach Merritt, who has had a wonderful season first year as captain, he's 6th in the ABC Footballer of the Year heading into the final week. He obviously is ineligible for the Brownlow. He was suspended earlier in the year for a dangerous tackle and missed Anzac Day, of course, one of the biggest home and away games on the calendar, if not the biggest, the last time that these two teams met. And on that day, Essendon led Collingwood by 28 points at three-quarter time. The Pies came rattling home to kick 7 unanswered goals in the final term. And the rest is history. Nick Dacos best of field that day. The Pies winners by 13 points. They meet again tonight. The Dons, the first team out on the ground with 6 changes from the side that lost to the Giants.
Can I throw in another challenge too, Mick? You're right about Zach Merritt. I want to see it from Andy McGrath as well.
Yeah.
He's now 25 years of age.
Been up for a while.
He's played 133 games. Vice captain. It's his club, his team, as much as it's Zach Merritt's, and he's no longer a young player. It's not a 19, 20-year-old you're asking to do this. I think it's people like him who, it's got to be driven from Zach because he is the captain, but he needs help too. And I think someone like Andy McGrath needs to say, you know what, enough's enough. That was garbage last week. This is what I'm going to do, and this is what we're going to do. If Darcy Parish has his mind set on being part of the Essendon history, he's another one. He's 26 years of age, 150 games. He's got to do that. So it's got to be, they've got to realise their time is now. It's not Dyson Heppel's time anymore. It's their time. Do something about it.
Here comes the Collingwood Magpies. Congratulations, 100 games. Josh Dacos with a huge image of him on the banner. So there is a Dacos out there tonight and a milestone night at that for Josh Dacos. Perhaps He'll be fitted for a blazer during the week. We won't push Lingy too much on that. The All-Australian team to be unveiled on Wednesday night. He becomes the 183rd player in Collingwood's history to reach that milestone. Meanwhile, Darcy Parish, he plays his 150th tonight. He's the 75th bomber to reach that milestone. Shows how rare that is in the history of the game. So 75th bomber to 150 matches. Collingwood, the away team tonight, notionally, of course, both here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. The Pies in the white shorts and the black and white stripes, while for Essendon, they've got their red seatbelt on the black background with the black shorts and, of course, the famous red sash. Now, the changes for Collingwood, so no McCreery, he's suspended. Jacob Ryan concussed, and Nathan Murphy is also out after that heavy landing last week. Hopeful he'll be back for the qualifying final. Hill, DeGoey, the big ins, and Finn McRae is the sub. While for Essendon, no Kelly, Stringer, Caldwell, Guelphy, Wright, Draper, the six missing, Brian, Baldwin, Wiedemann, Setterfield, Snelling, McDonald, Tip and Woody, the six ins for Essendon. So 14 unavailable, a depleted team. Their last hit out for 2023 up against the number one team, the Magpies, trying to shore up the minor premiership. Set it up for us, Mick and Lingy. We're a few minutes away from the bounce of the ball, just repeating no late change, the Dons and the Pies.
We're speaking a bit about Bombers. Their season's finished tonight. So these players here, Lingy, I've identified where they have to improve to make Collingwood better. Not because they haven't had good seasons, not because they haven't had real great games. In fact, first one, Pinsky, one of the best in the ground a few weeks ago.
Yeah, the Geelong game. Outstanding, wasn't he?
But can he get the consistency that wasn't there at the Dogland?
Yep.
These are the question marks I got. DeGoey can be just so devastating, and then you go, is he on the bench? Where is he? Has he come into the goal square recently? So will that take place? Next one, Mitchell. They got him because they needed the clearance rate. I've seen him in the side where Collingwood has hardly cleared a ball in first 15 to 20 clearances. And if he's not clearing it, let me tell you, he's not doing a lot.
Well, he tried to do the job on Lachie Neale last week, didn't he, around the clearances, and Neale destroyed him.
Well, because his first step, if you're not a born tagger and you don't know how to do it, the only way you can beat that bloke is get the ball.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of where you position your body, it's get the ball. Well, he just didn't get it. So that'd be a big test, because you'd say he'd go to, you'd say he'd lean on Merritt or maybe Parish. Next one down I've got is Taylor Adams. Taylor Adams, they're trying to make a case for him to play forward because he doesn't get a lot of time in the middle. Well, I suggest that they go back to get him in the middle, because he's just a heart and soul player, hard as a cat's head. Forward line doesn't kick enough goals for me. Next one is Frampton. It is Bobby Hill. Well, again, is it Bobby Hill or Ginnivan? I reckon you're going to go in a final with one of them.
Yeah,
and not for any other reason. They're set up, caters for only one.
Because McCreery definitely comes back in.
He is a fantastic player. And you know, when you look at all these stats, you go, well, what's his biggest stat? Tackle.
Yeah.
Harassment. So one of them has got to go out, and this is a testing time for Essendon to say, don't give him too much room, because one of these players is going to pop up because he wants to play finals. Hoskin Elliott hasn't hit the heights of 2 years ago. In fact, he's probably a player that I would have thought was probably their 23rd, 24th player. Next one is Cox. Got great praise last week. He was the bloke that did this. He's the bloke that got us back, blah, blah, blah. He was out of the side until last week. He's out of the side for a particular reason, because he's got McStay as a forward pocket, and he's got Cameron in the ruck. So where does he play? He started as a sub last week. Well, it's not happening this week. So can he produce again? They're the things that I say have got to be answered tonight to go into that first final.
Well, that's the thing that gets thrown into the mix for Collingwood tonight as well, isn't it? You've got those players you reel off. Now, some of those are absolute locks for the first final, but you're saying if they want to go to the next level, it comes from a lot of them. But some of those are also fighting for their spot.
Absolutely.
For that first final. And that's the other thing tonight is you've got a handful of players saying, I know we're probably finishing top two anyway, and I know all eyes are on the qualifying final, but I'm going to play my very, very best game of football because I want to be part of that qualifying final. So you'd think they would be absolutely right on the edge and playing their best possible football tonight. So, yeah, you're right. I'm expecting a big response from Collingwood. I think they are a smart enough group, and Craig McRae's a smart enough coach to know that you don't just flick the switch in that first final. Yes, it's a different season, but you still want some build in to finals, and it starts tonight for the Pies, and I reckon they understand that. They'll be angry at themselves with the way they played for a few
It just seemed that Craig, during the week when he was interviewed, he was out on the track. He was doing a lot more of the coaching as opposed to letting the assistant coaches take it. I'm not saying assistant coaches did a bad job, but you know as well as I do, the senior coaches out there, all of a sudden there's a bit more of a step. It's a bit quicker. It's a bit more what's he out here for. I reckon he's identified the urgency.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just hoping that we get a good game, not a belting. And in all fairness to Essendon, and that's, with that manpower down, Collingwood have got a lot to play for, not just top spot. This is back to form.
Back to form. I feel it can't be anything other than an absolute smashing tonight. I know there's going to be a huge crowd. We want it. It's Friday night. Corbs, I'm sorry. But I just feel like Collingwood are going
He's just put the headphones in and walked out.
They're going to destroy them tonight. Yeah. Those names that go out for the Bombers, with the ones already missing, yes, they're going to want to respond after last week, but I see it's against a team who will also be right up for it because they know, as Mick's saying, they've got to build their own form for the first final. Sorry, Corbs.
Yeah, it's they could be here to play their role in a wider Collingwood advertisement tonight, the Essendon Football Club, as the Pies try and lock up the minor premiership. So for Collingwood, this would be their 20th. They have won more minor premierships than any other club in history. The 19 previous, they've converted 9 of them into premierships.
Not many.
No, considering this club's won, 15 flags. And it shows, as we often talk about, the collie wobbles and what it might turn into.
Oh, just to get there, Corby, I'll say this now for anyone who will prepare to listen to me. It's damn hard work making the 8. It's harder still to make the top 4 in an 18-team competition. And let me tell you, it is unbelievably tough. And you've won by a record amount.
Yep.
When I coached West Coast, we broke that record. Well, I think we broke it. Richmond, when I played with Richmond, broke that record. West Coast broke that again. You broke that record. That's only a day. It's not a day. You don't win premierships in a day. You win them over maybe 2 or 3 years. But it's so difficult to win them. That's why when Collingwood have got that record, you go, oh, gee, they haven't performed that well. Yes, they have. They have. I can categorically tell you, yes, a loss is a loss, but...
Was 2010 one of those? Did you finish top of the ladder?
No, next year, 11. I think we finished
11
top.
You finished top, 10 didn't. So who were top? St Kilda?
I think the Saints might have been. I don't think we finished top.
I thought you did.
I thought you did too. Let me check.
Oh, maybe. Maybe we did. I didn't think we did. I know in 92 we didn't. 92 when I coached West Coast we didn't. But 94 we did.
Finished on top 2010. Yeah, 17 and a half a game ahead of Geelong.
Oh, okay.
What I'm taking out of all of this is that it won't be overly memorable for Craig McRae and the Pies if they win the minor premiership tonight.
I tell you what, it means absolutely nothing.
So let me.
It's good for the McLaren Trophy bloke who's the inscriber to put it on, but he gets a job for it.
I've got bad news for you on that front too, Mick. Even that's changed. So this year, given the introduction of the AFLW in recent years, the McClellan Trophy has now gone back to a club championship. So you get points for wins during the season, and basically they all get thrown together. And across the 2 programs, your men's and your women's, the team with the most point now wins the McClellan Trophy.
Is netball thrown in here as well?
I don't think so. Oh, okay. So netball's part of it. That would be very country footy, wouldn't it, with the local footy and netball league? But that's now the McClellan Trophy, so the minor premiership is no longer known as that. But under this system, so we go back 23 years since 2000, since we've had the top 8 the way it's currently structured. If you finish first, they've all 23 years gone on to make a preliminary final. So none of them have gone out in straight sets. Premiers on 8 occasions. Grand final on 16. So 16 of 23 have made the grand final after finishing
That's
first.
Pretty good. Yeah, I take those odds every day of the week. Yep.
Braden Maynard and Zach Merritt are out in the middle. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
G'day, Corbin. G'day, boys. Nice to be with you. A win for Zach Merritt. Won the toss. The Bombers will kick to the punt road end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly listening to us. Look, fellas, all day it's been a beautiful Melbourne Friday. That was until 3/4 of an hour ago. We lost 8 degrees. Strong wind has picked up. It's swirling wildly at ground level. At the moment, it's an icy 11 degrees. So plenty of people going to the shop buying beanies and scarves. The crowd is a monster. It's officially a sellout. No tickets available for 2 weeks for this game. The MCC expecting 78 to 80,000, so it's amazing considering this is a dead rubber to get a crowd like that. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for Essendon, Anthony McDonald, Tippenwoody in his final game. For the Magpies, Finn McRae finally gets his chance. Good calling to you guys. This is a great atmosphere despite not much riding on the result.
Thanks, Hodgie. A huge weekend to come, of course, tomorrow night in Geelong. The Cats and the Bulldogs. The Dogs must win to keep their finals chances alive, and then if they do so, it'll all come down to Sunday night for the Blues and the Giants. The G-men then needing to win their spot in the 8 back. So the stage is set. It is Essendon and Collingwood after all. It's one more game for the Bombers, and for Collingwood, it's all about number 1. Here we go on Friday night, Grandstand AFL. You with Ben Cameron.
So Phillips in his last game stands opposed to Darcy Cameron. He wins the tap, Phillips, straight down to Parrish in game 150. Handball goes to Crisp though. Pies come away with it. To Goey, tumbles a kick to half forward. Bouncing ball, slapping it away Redman. Out towards Cox. Dacos is there, he picks it up. He's taken high, he'll get a free kick. In his milestone match, game 100 for Josh Dacos. Has it at high left half forward. Here for the Pies. Attacking the city end of the ground in the first term. Goes into the pocket.
Big
Redman
push
drops
against
it. Free
Elliott.
kick.
I'm feeling for young Kane Baldwin. He's got the job on my check. He's giving up height and weight and experience by a long, long way.
So the kick out of the defensive 50 out to half back, and a good mark taken by Wiedemann, who's back in the side, so he gets the cries of the weed from the outer on their southern side. Hand pass away towards McGrath to Merritt. Hand pass to Nick Cox. He gives it away back to Merritt. Hand pass down the wing. Hot one for the Bombers. Snelling coughs it up. The Pies win it back. Pendlebury, hand pass to Lipinski. Sweeping hand pass to Bobby Hill. He's off and running. Gives it to DeGoey. The two guys return involved immediately. DeGoey kicks it on the run. And his impact is felt straight out of the gates. Bobby Hill to Jordan DeGoey. And the two stars in the front half for Collingwood hitting the scoreboard to open the night. 90 seconds in. Collingwood won straight. Essendon yet to score. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Big pressure straight away from the Pies. Essendon tried to handball their way through on that outer wing. A couple of good little gives. Looked like they were out for a moment, and then the Collingwood press came and they just were all over them. And as soon as there was a turnover, Mick, see you later. Yeah. If it wasn't Jordan DeGoey, they had about 3 other options to give the ball into.
And that's been one of Essendon's problems over the last 2 years, is that when the ball gets turned over, their midfield are not working hard enough back, and their back line players then don't know whether to come up and meet the ball or fall back. Open up real space.
Jordy DeGoey back from that glute strain in the middle. Phillips hooks it down, trying to get onto it. Adams for the Pies. Does so on the attacking edge of the square. Tumbles it inside 50. McStay can't gather. Redman can for the Dons. Handball away to McGrath. He'll kick up to the wing. Menzies low down, able to gather. Handball back towards Durham, who gives it back to Merritt, who'll kick forward of the wing. And the Dons might be out through Wiedemann. He marks 55 out from the attacking goal.
Oh, pokes it over the man on the mark. Just got it to Snelling. Takes the mark in front of DeGoey. And the man on the mark, about 45 out. Bombers to the punt road end in the opening turn.
That's good play by Essendon. The blind hand pass was more luck.
Oh, lays it off to Redman from long range. Kicks goalward, but he misses. Out to the left. First score for Essendon is a behind. Collingwood by 5 points. 3 minutes in, no late change.
But those hand passes...
Oh, you'd want to kick him, wouldn't you?
Well, you're going to call for it, and you've got to make sure that no one's in front of you. He had to come away to his left, and he kicked to the left.
Jeremy Howe with the kick in, starting down back tonight. Sends it long towards the members' wing. McStay off hands, gives it off to Adams. On the wing, kick for the Pies to half forward. Big pack forms, bringing it down to ground level. Zerk Thatcher follows up at ground level. Now to Goey onto the loose footy. Can't quite. Coming in Adams. Shovels out a handball. Ricochets away. And Parrish picks it up for Essendon. Kicks forward of the wing.
Phillips takes it low down in his last game. A footy up. Says it didn't get to him on the fall. Side bottom crunches him holding the ball.
Great awareness by Steele side bottom. He knew the umpire's call straight away. No one else on the ground did. Nailed him.
Including big Andrew Phillips.
Well, Ruckman haven't worked it out. If it bounces, it's not one hand, one bounce.
Even all that way down. As Sidebottom goes inboard to his premiership teammate in Pendlebury and chips it to DeGoey, and Collingwood slow build up down the wing. Pies all in white with the black stripes and the white shorts. Essendon have their seatbelt on, so the sending the message from the TAB, of course, to try and reduce the tragedy of deaths on our road, so that the red sash is a seatbelt tonight, all in black.
Sidebottom kicks towards half forward. McStay tunnelled slightly, or a little shove. He'll get the free kick, wide out at right half forward. Wants to centre it towards Myercheck. Hands to it, doesn't mark. Josh Dacos, handball moving forward, picked up by Redmond. On the last line for Essendon, shares it with Langford. Loops a handball over the top to Hine. Runs into a cul-de-sac. Goes back to Redmond. And Redmond, in the right back pocket, will switch it across to Zirk Thatcher. It is Collingwood by 5 points through 4.5 minutes.
They'll try out the northern side to Sammy Durham, who marks at half back.
That's got to be 50.
That is 50 every day of the week. These umpires have now...
McStay came from behind the man taking the mark to try and stand it.
Yep. Right through the protected zone.
Short to Heppel. Heppel to Laverty. Kicks in the middle of the ground. And Menzies marks. Still in the back half for the Bombers.
There's another 50.
Menzies off and moving. Jeremy House starting in defence tonight. Of course, no Murphy for the Magpies. Short kick to Parrish. Hand pass to Merritt. Heads to half forward. And here's Phillips, who takes the mark right on the 50-metre arc. He kicks to the top of the goal square in the box seat. Hoskin Elliott takes the intercept mark. Fullback for Collingwood. Pies by 5.
Hoskin Elliott moves it on to Josh Dacos. Had a lot of it early. Releases Markov with the handball. He'll go short onto Myercheck. Backward of halfway, southern side of the ground. Infield with his kick to Lipinski.
Essendon pretty well set up behind the ball for this one, so they're just going to try and be patient with the footy, Collingwood, and once they break that line, then they'll get a runner.
They are moving the ball quick, aren't they, Collingwood?
DeGoey, the only goal kicker in the game, kicks to Myercheck. Pies down the southern wing. Off by a hand to Markov. Long kick to full forward. Ginnivan at the back. Rows the pack. Snaps through the second. And the Pies are off and running in the opening term. The first two majors, they're 2 straight 12. Essendon 1 behind. Were played 6 minutes and change. Opening term, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Lee.
So, Mick, as I said, Essendon pretty well set.
Yeah.
If it had been a long kick down the line. But what they didn't adjust at all to was Collingwood kicked the ball once about 15 metres and another kick about 15 metres. So it's travelled about 30 metres forward.
Drag plays out.
And then the handball to play on meant the last line of Essendon's defence hadn't shifted that 30 metres as well.
Yeah.
And they were just out the back and off they go.
To the bench, Tim Hodges.
Just to watch on Kane Baldwin for the Bombers, guys. He had to be helped off the ground. I think the doctors are weighing up right now. He's still in the hands of the doctors whether to do a HIA on him. They've watched the replays. This would be a disaster so early in the game if they have to bring Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody in for such a long period of the game.
He got an elbow to the back of the head. Accidental, totally accidental.
Not ideal. Clearance for the Bombers. Hobbs kicks down to half forward. Wiedemann the target. No mark. Hits the deck. Spills away to Dacos. Gives it to Hoskin Elliott. Away to Frampton. Hand pass back to Dacos. At half back. Kicks down the wing. Put down after getting rid of it. No follow up. Ginnivan tackle without it. He's getting a free for a high. And the crowd will wait to that. The little Bronx cheer as Jack Ginnivan kicks a goal and now gets a free kick. Trying to untangle himself from Ben Hobbs, who's getting up to stand the mark. Collingwood with the first 2 goals. Ginnivan in the long sleeves. Kicks to Mason Cox, the tallest figure down at half forward. No mark. Spills inboard to Snelling to the Bombers. Hand pass in the middle of the ground. Crashing his way through. Martin tackled by Noble. And a ball up alongside the centre circles. Tim Hodges.
Just an update on Baldwin for you, Corbin. So the Essendon doctors did this really well. They sat with him for 4 minutes and they still don't like what they've seen, and they've seen him down to the rooms. So he will have a HIA on that concussion test.
Essendon trying to work it down the members' wing. Sardis a handball away to Martin. Handball back, misses Sardis. Now Collingwood get involved. Sidebottom soccers it out towards the boundary line. And Hill carries it out. We'll get a throw in right beneath the members. On the northern side of the ground, Collingwood leading by 11 points early on.
These look-away hand passes, Lingy, when you're not used to one another, it can only end disaster. You're going to lose the ball. It's twice they've lost the football. It's madness. You don't know your teammates.
8 minutes in, it's Collingwood by 11. They win it from the boundary throw-in. Jack Crisp, hand pass away to Adams, kicks deep inside 50. Myercheck and Redmond wins the one-on-one. Hugs it in with his left hand, takes a superb mark. He's at fullback for Essendon. He goes short to the captain in Merritt, who moves it on immediately to Hind.
Hind wants to feed out the handball to Laverty. He goes back to Merritt. A little unsure. He'll kick up to the wing. Coming up, Langford going back. Nick Cox is able to mark. Nearly on the centre line on the southern side of the MCG.
Their first movement is to look inboard slowly. So Collingwood get all their numbers in behind. That's the third possession.
Hind's kick infield is dodgy. A turnover. The Pies sweat on it. Come back with it. Lipinski drives it long towards goal and misses away to the right. Tumbles just away to the right. First blemish for the Pies. 2-1-13. Plays one behind through the opening 9.5 minutes.
Isn't this just the most predictable result? When you over-possess the football in your back half, Collingwood will strike. They've done it 3 times already.
Redmond on a stroll from the kick out long to half-back, but enter Jeremy Howe. Floats through, takes the intercept mark. Still with that shooter's sleeve on his left arm after that bad break in round 1. He chips it wide to Ginnivan. He's been involved in everything early. He takes the mark against the boundary line, left half forward, 50 out.
He got back off the mark quickly there. He wanted to give it inboard to Jordan to go. It's possibly still on.
Pretty tough match in for him during the week. Had a bloodied nose to come from the ground, but got through it, and he's out there with the headband on and the flowing brown locks of Jack Ginnivan. Moves out just a little, kicks to the top of the goal square for Collingwood. Offhand, spills to side bottom. Got a hand pass away, but straight to McGrath. Jams it on the boot and finds Menzies, who marks left half back for Essendon. Collingwood 2-1, Essendon 1 behind, 11 minutes in.
Danger signs, 9-3 inside 50s. Collingwood's way.
Menzies goes short to the former skipper Dyson Heppel, re-signed for another season during the week. Runs boundary side, kicks short, turns it over. Markov doesn't quite hold the mark. He'll be paid it. Royal free kick, clipped high.
Essendon have had more possessions though than Collingwood, Mick. That shows how much they're just over-possessing the ball in their back half of the ground.
Absolutely.
Markov wants to come central. Lays it up with a long kick towards full forward. Laverty hands to it. Doesn't quite drag in the mark. Heppel comes across to help. Has to paddle it out. Sardist under pressure. He's tackled quickly. The umpire wants to ball it up.
He leant in with, tried to draw the high contact free kick.
Well, I'm glad that umpire didn't fall for that, because it was around the neck, but because he dropped his knees, that's a good decision by the umpire.
Cox wins the hit out, second touch, Myercheck clever, back inboard, but Laverty sharks it, kicks out of the defensive arc. Hoskin Elliott smothers the bounce, favours Ginnivan, puts it back inside 50, Crisp goes up, no mark. May have had his arms chopped, late whistle, umpire says Essendon free kick. McGrath was dealt with in all of that, he was tackled without it by Elliott, so McGrath takes the free for the Bombers inside the defensive arc, short to Henry.
Got to go quick now, quick to the wing.
Swings it to Zerk Thatcher, marks half back, heads down the wing now to Durham.
So Durham marks, skips back off it. He'll chip it short to Nick Martin. Martin will kick hard around the boundary line, trying to get it to Merritt. Pendlebury comes off the bench, gets a hand on it, moves on to Snelling. He snaps around the corner, and Frampton's back, takes the defensive mark at right half back. Timmy Hodges right in front of you. What did you see from Scott Pendlebury?
That was so smart by Pendlebury. He saw that happening about 4 seconds before it actually happened, and he came off the bench and immediately intercepted the ball.
Thanks, Hodgie. Frampton sends it down the wing. Wanted Darcy Cameron off hands. It spills out of bounds. Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti, by the way, in what is his second retirement game, his last match for the Bombers. He won't go on next year. He is the tactical sub, so if Baldwin doesn't return, we could see McDonald-Tipungwuti playing footy in his opening quarter. Boundary throw-in on the wing. Comes down to Cameron of the Pies. Hand pass away to Pendlebury. Handball to Crisp. Runs back corridor. Kicks to Jamie Elliott. One-on-one. Centre half forward. Laverty spoils. Down to Elliott though. Hand pass to Ginnivan for the Pies. Hit the fat part of the footy. High up and under. Nick Cox at the drop. Spills the mark. Just dropped it cold. Back pocket Essendon under the pump. Hind tries to rebound. Kicks hurriedly to half back, and Myercheck picks it off. Half forward for Collingwood.
Bad setup by the Bobbers too. Collingwood are just picking him off outside the front 50, so Essendon have to be so precise with that ball coming out of their back 50.
Retreats and comes slightly infield to Quaynor, who looks long, gives it to Babe Ruth. Points to the top of the square, heads into the pocket, looking for a marker. Cameron hands to it, doesn't quite bring it down. Trying to come through Elliott. Running straight into a couple of Dons and a ball up left forward pocket. So Pies by 12.
Just quick, either he's ducked his head and drove with his head there, where you give up prior opportunity, should be paid holding the ball, or it's high contact.
One or the other.
And it's a free kick. That one's not okay to call play on. You've got to umpire the rules if they're in place.
Elliott tackled out of bounds at the restart, so we'll have another stoppage, forward pocket. City end, where Collingwood are attacking. They've kicked the first 2 goals. 14 minutes in. Nick Bryan works his way to the front, hooks it down for Essendon. Heppel taps it away to Setterfield. Hand pass turned over. Elliott inside 50 for Collingwood. Hand pass to Mitchell. Gives it to Ginnivan. Snaps to the goal line. Mark Moyachek just outside the goal square. He's spitting distance away from the goal line.
Well, it was only a matter of time. Sheer weight of numbers. What are we up to now with inside 50s? 13-3. Wow.
This is ominous for the Bombers. Moyachek swings it through. Collingwood have kicked the first 3. How about that for a tone setter? 15 minutes in, it's all black and white. Collingwood 3-1-19, Essendon 1 behind. Grandstand AFL, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, Lingy... Oh, sorry, Lingy.
No, I was about to say, right now, Mick, there's probably a bunch of Essendon players who think, I'm going okay, I've had a bit of the footy. There's lots of possessions, lots of touches, you feel the ball in your hand. Zach Merritt's had 7 touches at 100% kick efficiency. Andy McGrath, 6 touches at 100%. But they're doing absolutely nothing with the footy other than eventually just giving it back to Collingwood.
Well, it's like you get out training, there's no one out there, you kick the ball to your mate 20 metres away, he kicks it back to you, you kick the ball lateral again. If you haven't studied Collingwood, the thing you don't do is over-possess the ball in your back half. You move the ball forward because they're very aggressive and get the ball in your forward line. They've learnt nothing, the Bombers, unfortunately.
Opening 3 goals of the game to the Pies. Coming away with it, Adams. He's tackled by Setterfield. Loose footy on the wing now, going after it. Hoskin Elliott. He holds it in, and a ball up on the logo. Tim Hodges.
I've just seen the Essendon paperwork be processed. The substitution has been made, so unfortunately Kane Baldwin is out of this game with concussion. That means Anthony McDonald-Tipungwuti is in for his final game, but that is not an ideal scenario for an underdone McDonald-Tipungwuti to be in so early.
Parrish with the footy in the middle, waiting a kick for Langford, who was leading laterally, and he marks 40 metres out, a 45-degree angle to left half forward. Don't the Dons need this?
Well, it is the risk you run when you play a player for the emotion of his last game, who's not potentially not ready to play an entire game of AFL football, that he's going to be forced to come on early.
If the ball goes near him, you'll get it. If it goes 10 yards away from him, Collingwood will run it out. This player is a great player. He's a really great player, this player.
Arguably the most improved player in the competition. Langford's set shot is out to the right and missing, so he can't deliver for Essendon here. Collingwood lead by 17 minutes played, opening turn.
Went to sleep too. He had to kick, and then just wandered off trying to pick do his laces up. In the meantime, his opponent runs and takes an easy kick.
50 goals, 20 now for the season as Noble goes short to Maynard. Long kick up to the wing. Whacked away at the back, hits the deck. Durham went without it. Throwing his body on the line. Mitchell knocks it away to Pendlebury for the Magpies. Hand pass to Dacos. Gives it to Markov. Through centre half back to Goey. Links up with Howe. Ugly kick. Skids to the middle of the G. Ginnivan collects. Still with the Magpies. Hand pass to Mitchell. Away to Pendlebury. Hand pass to Dacos. Whack. Came and got him. Durham. Ball jarred free. Ginnivan keeps it moving forward for Collingwood. His hand pass stolen. Hits the deck. Now Ginnivan becomes tackler and will have a ball up. Centre half forward for the Magpies. Collingwood by 17. They've kicked the only 3 goals as many minutes in. 17, that is.
Pendulum of the match, absolutely belonging with Collingwood. Neither ruck decisive. After a Ginnivan at half forward, Martin there for the Dons. Handball too hot for Hine. Goes back and gets it. Handball punched away there by Maynard. De Goey fighting after it. All of this at half forward for the Pies. Onto it, Hill. Chips into the pocket. And the mark taken by Moyachek. 45 metres out, a 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, Lingy, I've just got to say that hand pass over the top looks like it's part of the game structure, because we've seen it 3 times now, and it has not hit anywhere near an Essendon target. It's gone straight to a Collingwood player.
It's different when you do it deep in your forward 50, trying to create something.
Yeah.
But not at centre half back for your team. Oh, wow.
Brodie Moyachek from 51 metres out. The drop punt is flushed. He's got a couple, the last 2 of the game. and this is turning into a belting on a Friday night. 19 minutes into the opening term, 4-1-25, plays 2 behinds here on Grandstand AFL. It's all Collingwood.
Well, they're just hunting after the footy. They're terrific in the contest. They're +8 in contested possessions at the moment. First half of the season, I think they were the second best contested possession team. Second half of the season, they've been probably right down the bottom, 14th or 15th. Well, clearly it's been a focus tonight. Their ground ball gets Mick. They're dominating in that area, +9. So they're just hunting after the footy, hunting after the opposition, creating turnovers and opportunities. And in sheer weight of numbers of inside 50s, 14-4, they're now starting to pile the goals on.
There's a moment there where just about every fan in the stadium was cheering. Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody coming on the ground, and Mycheck kicking a goal as that sailed through. So Collingwood the first 4 in the centre bounce. Merritt, hand pass away to Parrish, slides a kick out to the wing. Merritt cleans it up for Essendon. Hand pass to Hobbs. He can send it inside 50 for the Bombers. Standing in front, Quaynor leaps up with those bright pink boots with the intercept mark in front of the pack.
I know, Ben, you said Langford's one of the most improved players. I reckon Quaynor's next.
Yep.
He's been outstanding all year, Quaynor.
All the Essendon fans have had to cheer about in this opening term was McDonald, Tip and Woody coming on as Noble goes short. Quaynor again at right half back.
And that's what he's going to do off McDonald, Tip and Woody. Keep getting involved, keep moving, keep running. Make sure he ties him out so that McDonald, Tip and Woody's got no energy in attack.
Moves it on short to Markov, who goes short again to Noble. What a story he's been. Mid-season draft pickup and become a key part of this Collingwood back six. Runs towards the wing, sends it long in the Cameron direction. He leads Phillips to the footy and takes the mark just in the field of play, right in front of the interchange benches.
He's been a very important player from Cameron. He's so competitive around the ground, uses the ball well, long kick for goal, good mark as we've just seen.
Boy from Albany, son of Gerard, who played league footy for South Fremantle and Claremont.
Wow.
Short kick to Adams.
He's shifted inside forward 50 here, and Phillips got changed over opponents, get it to him.
Short to side bottom, gives it to De Goey, gets it back. Side bottom goes long, inside the forward arc. Mycheck in a little bump with Nick Cox, and standing behind all of them, Hind takes the intercept mark for Essendon.
Steele side bottom there. Normally would spot Darcy Cameron free and hit him there. He was all alone and made a good move.
Short to Laverty, kicks to half-back. Phillips puts his fist through it, but straight down to Mitchell. Half-forward for Collingwood. Handball to Adams. Adams looks corridor. Great vision, great kick. Hits Pendlebury. Marks true centre half-forward for Collingwood.
Well, this is predictable, Lingy. It's unfortunate in many respects for the amount of people here at this ground in a Friday night clash, but they're just picking Essendon apart defensively, winning the hard ball. Different was just all class. It's grunt.
Yeah.
It's real effort to win that football.
The Bombers coming off their 5th biggest loss in club history. They were 100 down by the 5-minute mark. Well, 5 to go in the third quarter last week against the Giants. This for the first 5 of the night for Collingwood. Pendlebury, straight through it goes. And the route is on early. We're only 22 minutes in. Collingwood 5-1, Essendon 2 behinds. The Magpies by 29 points.
I'll let you talk about that. I've never seen those figures before. Never seen those figures before.
We're just looking at metres gained here on the stat sheet, and sometimes metres gained aren't accurate and aren't a great indication of the way the game's going. But right now, Collingwood have gained just over 1,300 metres. Essendon have gained only 840 metres.
And there's only 12 possessions less.
Well,
so what that tells
Oh, sorry, no, they've had less now.
Yeah. So what that tells you for the public outside, what it means is a lot of possessions at Essendon are going sideways. So this measurement is from goal post to goal post at either end. So if you go lateral, you get 0. If you go backwards, it goes minus.
So a differential of 460 is enormous.
It is unbelievable.
Huge.
It is just incredible.
Here's Merritt gaining a few metres out of the middle for Essendon. Long inside 50. Unable to mark Wiedemann. There's a free kick. It'll go his way. Frampton impeding.
Yeah, fair free kick.
Yeah, he fought hard then, Wiedemann.
Yeah, get in front. It's not the most reliable. It's a shame for him. Even at Melbourne, he just let himself down with his kicking. He fades a lot to the right. So it's whether he's got the strength of his leg from this 50 metres. It's going to be a big, tough kick for him.
last played in round 18. Before that, he was goalless for 7 games. He shanks it out to the right. Into the pocket it goes. Massive pack forms. Falls down in front. Maynard swats it away. Noble's handball straight to Langford. He hooks a handball back to a central spot. McDonald, Tip and Woody coming through. Pies back with it. Off to Mason Cox and a clearing kick beyond the defensive arc. And the Pies arrive at the fall and away they go.
Mid-stay flew, hits the deck. Lipinski, hand pass to Crisp. Short kick, middle of the G. Hill clean below his knees. Pick up. Kicks out to half forward. Adams has got it. Pokes it inside 50. Myerchick the target. Knocked away. Crisp still there. Centre half forward. Hand pass to Lipinski. Gives it to Mitchell. That's goal number 6. The Collingwood onslaught continues. The Pies with a 6-goal outburst to start the night. We're less than 25 minutes in. 6-1-37 Collingwood. Essendon 0-2. 2 behinds for the Dons. Collingwood by 35. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Lee.
And Mick, you picked it perfectly with Wiedemann. Just unfortunately, poor set shot a goal after he fought really hard to draw the free kick.
Yeah.
And from there, Collingwood were just superb, the wave. But I'll tell you what, a number of Essendon players just got left way, way behind.
Too far behind, Lingy. And even when they were up next to the Collingwood player, as soon as the Collingwood player turned, they were already a metre behind.
Yep.
Look, it's going to be easy to bag Essendon all night. Easy. We don't want to do that. But what we're trying to do is just give you an opportunity to understand the difference between where Collingwood are on the ladder and what they're fighting for compared to what Essendon are showing at the moment. Blind hand passes, no run and no overuse.
From the restart, the go he tackled quickly. A secondary ball up in the middle. Tim Hodges.
Ben, Scott Pendlebury's normally perfect. After he kicked that goal, he lost his mouth guard, ran off the ground. He had to send the water boy out to try and find it. So they fossicked for about 15 minutes, and they finally found it.
Cox gets the clearance, takes it out of the ruck, kicks inside 50, and Jamie Elliott marks on his chest, 45 metres out, as good as directly in front.
If that was boxing, they would have stopped the fight.
Oh, you're
come back in.
Yeah. Well, if there was boxing, they'd count Essendon out now. Standing count.
Well.
Standing count. TKO. First round. Sorry, Corby.
Jamie Elliott to make it 7 in the opening term for the Pies. And the full dress rehearsal has been note perfect from Collingwood. 7-1-43 to 2 behinds before quarter time. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL.
Well, you can just say, well, Corby keeps on saying, oh, the time. And I'm thinking, I'm looking at the clock here. What it shows you, we've had 8 bounces in the middle. Start the game and 7 others. So there's a half a minute for every one of those.
Yeah.
The reason why this game is going to be over, or the quarter will be over before the 27-minute mark, is because there's no stoppages. There's hardly any boundary throw-ins because Collingwood are keeping the ball alive, and Essendon, when they've got it, they go sideways. So the ball's constant motion, so the clock just runs down. It gives you an illustration of the total dominance of the Collingwood side over in a totally unresponsive Essendon side.
Only 9 stoppages in total, other than centre bounces in the quarter.
Nick Bryan and Cox back in the middle. That's Mason for Collingwood. One down by Bryan. Merritt hand pass to Setterfield. Kicks deep inside 50 and Maynard takes the intercept mark. In the defensive arc for Collingwood. Heads wide. Slips with a hand to Dacos. Snelling left it behind. Dacos wins it back. Defensive 50. Hand pass to Noble. Goes back by hand to Maynard and he kicks wide to Quaynor. It's the second time this year Collingwood have kicked 7 in the opening term. They have to go way back to round 2. Quaynor short back to Dacos. And the other interesting thing to note is they haven't led Collingwood at quarter time since the Port Adelaide game in round 19. So their last 4 games, they haven't led at quarter time. It's one way to flush it out this evening. Long kick down the wing. Off the pack, spills to Crisp. Kicks in the forward pocket. Ginnivan.
What a kick.
Well placed. The defender running back. Ginnivan had his eyes on it and landed straight in his lap, right forward pocket.
Superb by Crisp. Absolutely superb. There was a little back lead from Ginnivan, who's now just working out with the umpire. He's clever, so he knows where his central line is. He's then allowed to go off his line to still do the runaround kick. It's a player who knows the rules, knows his set shot craft. Great play.
Ginnivan back on the line, snaps goalward, sneaks it through. They love that guy. And the Magpie Army love what they've seen in this opening term. An 8-goal quarter. 8-1-49. Essendon 2 behinds. And they have made a mess of the Bombers in this opening term. A second for Ginnivan. Collingwood by 47 points at the first break. 2 for Ginnivan, 2 for Myercheck, and then singles for De Goey, Elliott, Mitchell and Pendlebury. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, it's pretty simple. There isn't a single goal kicker in that opening quarter.
Highest scoring opening term for the Pies this year as well. So, it is an onslaught, as I think you said a couple of times, Corb.
And to make matters worse for the Bombers, they've already used their sub. Kane Baldwin is out of the game after failing a head injury assessment in the opening minutes. Got an inadvertent elbow in the back of the head, so his night is done. And Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, who started as the sub, is into the game in his 133rd and final match of AFL footy. The thoughts of Lingy and Mick in just a moment. Michael from Wyndham Vale. I know I'm a Collingwood supporter, but on the subject of Jake Stringer, who we spoke about pre-game, I know this might sound mean, but I've always thought he's a little bit overrated. I know he can be really good in bursts, he can kick some great goals, but you never see it week in, week out with him, injuries aside. So that's from Michael.
Michael, brilliant. Great text.
Keen to hear from you on the SMS 0437 774 774. And an unnamed texter, hi guys, can you please keep us up to date with the Boomers score for those of us that don't have pay TV? They have started their World Cup campaign in Japan. The Boomers 98, Finland 72. So after leading by just 5 at halftime, they pull away in the second half to win by 26. That's a great start to their campaign. So the Boomers by 26 first up over Finland. The thoughts of Lingy and Mick in just a moment on ABC Radio, News Radio, Sport Digital and now through the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen.
A lot of us want to know exactly how a major Silicon Valley bank could have failed, how a former comedy star is holding off a nuclear superpower, and how did a country a lot like Australia end up with 100% inflation. I'm Matt Bevan. Join me for a new season of my podcast, If You're Listening, helping you make sense of major news events shaping our world with new episodes weekly. If You're Listening. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Pies win it back. Pendlebury, hand pass to Lipinski, sweeping hand pass to Bobby Hill. He's off and running, gives it to De Goey. The two guys return involved immediately. De Goey kicks it on the run.
Kicks to Myercheck. Pies down the southern wing. Off by a hand to Markov. Long kick to full forward. Ginnivan at the back. Rows the pack. Snaps through the second.
Mitchell gives it to Ginnivan. Snaps to the goal line. Mark Myercheck just outside the goal square. This is ominous for the Bombers. Myercheck swings it through. Collingwood have kicked the first 3.
There's probably a bunch of Essendon players who think, I'm going to carve out a bit of the footy. There's lots of possessions, lots of touches, you feel the ball in your hand, but they're doing absolutely nothing with the footy other than eventually just giving it back to Collingwood.
Brodie Myercheck from 51 metres out. The drop punt is flushed.
This for the first 5 of the night for Collingwood. Pendlebury. Straight through it goes. And the route is on early. Adams has got it. Pokes it inside 50. Myercheck the target. Knocked away. Crisp still there. Centre half forward. Hand pass to Lipinski. Gives it to Mitchell. That's goal number 6. The Collingwood onslaught continues. Ginnivan back on the line. Snaps goalward. Sneaks it through. They love that guy. An 8-goal quarter.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Collingwood by 47 points. It's just Essendon's second goalless opening term of the season. The other was down in Geelong when they were whacked by the Cats a few weeks back. Just 2 points in that opening quarter. They didn't even have a single goalless quarter last week, despite going down by 126 points to the Giants. Just ahead of Mick and Lingy, Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just been watching Brad Scott, Corbin. He spent a lot of time with the whiteboard, then he spent a lot of time with his captain, Zach Merritt, and now he's just... he's normally pretty cool, calm and collected, Brad Scott, but he's very animated out there, obviously disgusted with what he's seen in the first 30 minutes The good news for Kane Baldwin, he is subbed out of this game, but he is back out there. I was looking at him before thinking he'd had a shower, but he was only out there for 3 minutes, guys. He came off in the 4th minute of the game. He's still got his footy socks on, but he's got the jacket on, and he'll have a sore head after that stray elbow. So, yeah, just fascinating what happens for the next hour and a half or so. 80,000 people here at the MCG. It is an Essendon home game. It's a large Essendon crowd. Just how many of them will be here in the second half?
How do you sell it, Lingy?
Hodgie asked a good question, because if we get another quarter like that, anything like that, I don't blame the Essendon fans if they go, well, I prefer a bit of an early Friday night. I've got something on, got kids' sport tomorrow morning, get me home, because they were very ordinary. We spoke throughout the that first quarter about the fact they just went nowhere with their possessions. However, Collingwood did play exactly how you want a good team to play. Put them away early. They were ruthless around the footy. Their pressure was very good. And then they did use the ball really aggressively. They had a clear intent, Mick, to take it forward, to use that corridor, to get it to dangerous parts of the ground. They did it superbly. They did it exactly the way you want to do it. Put the game to bed early, give the opposition no confidence.
I'm amazed at the 1,700 metres to just under 1,000, so that's 700 metres more. But Ginnivan is 198. He's come up the ground. He's playing really good football.
Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport. Second term underway. Darcy Cameron, silver service. Straight down to DeGoey. Bursts out of the middle. Kicks to the top of the goal square. Laverty back for the Bombers. Hand pass away to McGrath. Kicks wide. Sammy Durham, the target. Did he juggle it over the line? Yes, said the umpire. Boundary throw in. 40 metres out from the Collingwood goal at the punt road end.
I reckon DeGoey was two minds there. Another bounce. He probably kicks that one on the run. Yeah. And he thought, I better pass it, and sailed the pass long. I think the crowd would have loved him to just keep going.
Throw in left forward pocket for the Pies. Cameron brings it down in front. Durham loses it. Pendlebury jumps on top of it. Umpire circling, and he'll ball it up.
Well, he was going to pay it, Benny, wasn't he?
Was he ever? Am I seeing things, or are the crowd thinning?
Can you blame him?
Onto it.
They maybe haven't left the ground. Maybe they're just gone to the bar and just not coming back.
Collingwood win it back. Side bottom away to Adams. High ball to full forward. Punched away by Redmond. Down to Parrish. Immediately under the pump. Durham's on it. They tackle him. It's held in. And another ball up. So Living in Collingwood's attacking 50 to start this second term.
And Dacos just outside 50. And Hoskin Elliott by himself in the back line. Very good coverage by the Pies.
Collingwood by 47. Essendon having kicked the goal as Phillips wins it down to Galby tackle. They might put a replay of the Matildas on the concourse out the back. Go watch that again like they did the Carlton-Melbourne game early a few weeks back. Repeat stoppages here as we've got another ball up. Still inside Collingwood's forward 50.
Look at them instructing each other. Like Collingwood players pointing everywhere, making sure they've got the right setup.
Side bottom blocking for Elliott. They're all doing the right things.
Pies with the only 8 goals of the game. Early second term from the restart. Laverty soccers it out of defensive 50. Menzies picks it up. He's tackled immediately. Great tackle by Maynard. And a ball up right on the 50-metre arc for Collingwood to the punt road end in quarter number 2.
Cameron taps it straight down to Pendlebury. Pokes the kick into the pocket. Bouncing ball onto it. Zerk Thatcher for Essendon. Snaps it away. And Merritt marks right on the defensive arc.
And he's just... You look at the play. There's the captain. He's going to go backwards. You can see him sticking out a mile. He goes back, which just sets up Collingwood now defensively to set up so they can't get through.
Essendon wanting to try the southern side of the ground. Hind onto Laverty, onto Martin. Now he'll retreat again. He'll go laterally back to Zerk Thatcher. And he's virtually at fullback with no real idea where he wants to go. So he'll set it up towards the southern wing. A good kick. And Laverty can mark. Essendon trailing by 47 points, but in possession at the moment at left half-back.
Shares it with Nick Martin. He gets it back. Laverty and swings a hand pass to Hind, who's standing still against the boundary line. He's got nowhere to go. Ginnivan closes him down. Hind kicks in Hope down the wing. Redmond flies for it. No mark. Spills to Noble of Collingwood. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Shoots a kick down to half forward. They all let it bounce, and it takes a bounce and heads out of play. Laverty was banking on that, carrying the line, and we'll have a boundary throw in half forward for Collingwood.
I think it's what we're going to see from Essendon, unfortunately, more of that, just trying to keep possession out of fear of having the ball in motion and Collingwood creating a turnover and scoring against them. They've just gone into complete protection mode.
Phillips and Cameron. Phillips takes it out of the ruck, handballs it straight to Cameron, snaps the Pies inside 50, and Jamie Elliott leads them to the footy and marks, tumbling to the ground, 40 metres out, slight angle, right-hand side.
No, that's inevitable. Am I just reading this wrong about the boundary umpires? Are they got a different action because it's falling 5 or 6 metres short, and the ruckman, they haven't worked it out yet, and that takes a bit of time for ruckman, I realise, but they're just not underneath the football. So in other words, if you're in front there, this just gets palmed straight down.
Jamie Elliott on the set shot, drives it through the heart of the goal. Normal transmission resumes in the second term. He's got a couple. Collingwood have the opening 9-1-55. Plays 2 behinds. Collingwood by 53. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Well, and Mick, the thing that's frustrating, I mean, apart from the obvious, I could pick 100 things, I'm sure, when the scoreline is what it is. But it was stoppage after stoppage after stoppage, and again there was a stoppage. So the ball has lived there. It hasn't got there quickly. It's been living there, Essendon up, trying to protect themselves. I still don't get how you can't have a structure where there's a quick kick from a stoppage and you have defenders somehow set up to stop in the end, a really simple mark to Jamie Elliott. I mean,
he runs onto it. He runs onto a channel where the ball's going to come from.
I know it might go down as a contested mark, but it was borderline contested and it was easy.
First 9 of the game for Collingwood. Restart back in the middle, early second term. Darcy Cameron wins it down, Setterfield left it behind. Collingwood scoop it up. Mitchell, hand pass got through to Lipinski, links up with De Goey, finds the chest of Elliott again. Left half forward on this occasion, he'll shoot from about 40 out.
So that's different. When it's coming down really quick, it's been from a 50-50 ball, close to a centre bounce. Yes, a forward's going to get a leading lane then. That's fine. That's different to the one before where you get a nice, easy run at the footy and the ball had been in a stoppage-type situation for 6 or 7 minutes straight.
But Lingy, this is kicked for goal number 2 from 11 possessions.
Elliott for his third, won't be on this occasion. Shanks it off the side of his right boot. Pack forms in front of the behind post and it's whacked out of play. So forward 50 stoppage for Collingwood, boundary throwing.
Well, where I was coming from is Essendon have had 15 possessions, haven't gone past the centre.
We don't have to look too far into the record books without putting the cart before the horse for biggest defeats for Essendon. We did that last week as Phillips slaps it away onto it. Josh Dacos, handball away to Pendlebury, to Elliott, runs into a tackle, retreats with the kick. Hoskin Elliott, he'll pull a kick back towards full forward. Ginnivan, Hind right there with him, spoils it down. Zerk Thatcher away to Parrish, clearing kick for Essendon beyond the arc, and coming up, Wiedemann juggles it and completes it just outside the field of play. The umpire says spin it in right half forward for the Pies.
Well, that boundary umpire did not do that. That was a central umpire. It's not his. Oh, the other.
I think it was, sorry, Mick, the boundary umpire from down the other end, point post.
Okay, fair enough. 53-point lead for Collingwood, and Essendon are goalless for the boundary throw in. Parrish hand pass back into the corridor. Lipinski picks it off. Hand pass got to Maynard, the acting captain. He's tackled, dispossessed, comes back. Lipinski kick smothered. Hobbs, bottom of the pack, hands it out. Pack forms in front of him. Umpire lets them roll a minute. Now Hobbs gets it again, and he's tackled into the ground.
What I'm seeing here, and we're repeating ourselves, stoppage. Collingwood get 2 behind the ball. So even if Essendon get it, they're forced to go back.
Clearance here for Essendon. Parrish sharks it off the tap from Cameron. Pinballing around in the middle of the ground. Frampton for the Pies. Handball away to Hoskin Elliott. Then Howe dribbles a kick out.
Holding the man, Hoskin Elliott's ball. Yep, the tackle just went on too long.
So Hoskin Elliott, centre half back for the Pies. Kicks to Maynard in the middle of the ground. Chips the ball forward. Away to Mitchell. On the edge of the centre square. Goes out wide for Ginnivan. Will have to gather on the bounce. Flicks out a handball. Too hot for side bottom. A little fumble. Gathers though. Back to Ginnivan. Left half forward for the Pies. Nowhere to go. Handball back to side bottom. On his left. He'll pull it towards full forward. Looking for Mason Cox. Redmond gets in front. Good defensive mark there for the Dons. We'll have it at fullback. Collingwood by 53. 8 minutes into the second.
On the battle of the Masons. Standing in front. Goes short to Parrish. Hands it back to Redmond. Off the back flank, kicks for McDonald, Tippenwoody, one-on-one with Quaynor, trying to edge him underneath the footy. McDonald, Tippenwoody, a few fumbles around his bootlaces, goes down, tries to collect, he's tackled by Quaynor, ball held in. And a ball up 70 metres out from the Essendon goal at right half forward.
Being very kind. He was on the ground, grabs the ball, holds it in.
Collingwood by 53, they've kicked the only 9 goals of the game, 8 minutes into the second.
Up straight back out of bounds, another throw in.
Just watching some of the direction here. That's what I'm looking for from Zach Merritt and those types of players, just setting this up. And there's a lot of just, I'll go stand here now. I'll just go and try and get the footy.
Brian works his way to the front, holding free kick, and it'll go to Brian.
Yeah, well done by Brian.
No, it was really good for the young kid.
So free kick just forward of the wing. In fact, it'll go to Merritt.
Well, it could have gone. It certainly could have gone to Brian. He was grabbed before the ball was thrown in.
So here is the Essendon skipper. High half forward, trying to kick into the pocket, looking for a target. Langford juggles it down and paid the mark. Couple of bites at it, maybe even 3. A lot of hands in there.
You know what?
I reckon, been paid.
No, I reckon it's a fair call by the umpire. I think a number of players have just completely missed it. Maybe it took one on the way through, but most of the
generally
first
play
grab,
those, don't you?
Yeah, the umpire will. The first grab looked like Langford as he passes this one off.
Yeah, gives it off to Merritt. Comes a little infield, similar distance out.
Yep, that's a mark.
Really set shot. So the mark set 40 metres out. If ever a team needed a captain's goal, and this is it. Zach Merritt, the Dons leader, sits it out to the left, and that's not coming back. Another behind, that's 3 for Essendon. Collingwood, with the only 9 goals of the game, they lead by 52 points. 10 minutes into the second.
Jeremy Howe down back in the absence of Murphy after a few weeks up front. Ships it wide to Markov. He's one of 3 Collingwood players in the 23 tonight that haven't played in a final. On the fringe, along with the 2 others in Frampton and McRae as we head towards the finals. Kick heads down the wing. Adams ends up with it. Tumbles a kick forward. Advantage applied, said the umpire. DeGoey heads to half forward. Elliott Marks plays on court. Great tackle, Redmond. Got a hand pass away, said the umpire. Laverty to centre field to Hempel. Hand pass to Hobbs. His hand pass a turnover. Hoskinell in for Collingwood. Gives it to Pendlebury. Kicks inside 50. Dacos to bring the house down. The 100-gamer makes it the first 10 for Collingwood. And the Redmond chase down tackle not rewarded. The Bombers fans aren't happy with that, but Collingwood awake to the turnover. And again, they make Essendon pay the full price. 10-1-61 Collingwood. The Bombers 3 behind, 11 gone second term.
I might be reading it wrong, but I reckon the free kick was paid, and I thought advantage may have been paid. I'm not 100% sure of this.
I think he said
play on.
Oh, okay, so he reckons he hand passed.
You know what I reckon though, Mick? And I was reading, I reckon, what you were reading. Mason Redmond went and spoke to the umpire after the goal was kicked, and I reckon that umpire said holding the ball was paid and it was advantage because he made that type of signal. But I don't think it was. I think they called play. I'm thinking Elliott got a handball and then turnover, goal to Dacos. The pain continues for the Bombers.
10-0.
In the middle, Brian wins it down here for Essendon. Away to Perkins, squeezes a kick forward. Bouncing ball, Markov beelines the footy, wins it for the Pies. Handball away to DeGoey. It's a big camera, nearly run down. He was pressured as he kicked and a turnover. And Laverty marks 45 out from his defensive goal for the Dons.
Now he's 45 metres out, as you said. Let's see where this kick goes.
Goes to the boundary line. Sammy Durham marks. In front of the Essendon interchange, they've already subbed out Kane Baldwin. Suspected concussion, failed that head injury assessment. McDonald Tipperwoody into the game in quarter 1. Durham, contest kick down the line. Brian forced to spoil, straight to side bottom of Collingwood. Hand pass to Frampton, kicks for Ginnivan. Snelling breaks it up for Essendon. Ginnivan clever, taps it away to DeGoey. Pies on halfway, hand pass to Crisp, kicks to centre half forward. McStay the target over his head. And Laverty there for Essendon. Hot hand pass, Zirk Thatcher to try and clean it up for Essendon. Tackled by McStay, hand pass off his backside to Laverty. He swings it out wide to Martin and the hand pass back to Nick Cox at halfback.
Finally a moment to breathe for Essendon. Martin, his kick charged down by Hill. Maybe not. Handball away to Dacos. Pies at half forward. Maynard goes long to full forward. They're there. Myercheck to Lipinski. And he bangs it through. This is getting ugly. UGLY ugly for Essendon. 11-1-67. Plays 3 behinds. 13 minutes into the second.
Sorry, did you say getting, Benny?
This is ugly.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep. No, this is
very ugly.
Even a moment where Essendon looked to have a clear possession, at least being able to control it. straight away turned over. Collingwood have come with the right mindset. I mean, I love the ruthlessness of them right now. They are playing for something far greater than a round 24 win with their approach, with the mental side of it, the way they clearly approach training, the way that they've approached the meetings and the preparation for this game. They are intent on destroying Essendon and to make sure they head into the qualifying final playing good footy.
First 11 goals of the game. 14 minutes into the second term. Restart back in the middle. Pendlebury's tackled without it. Free kick Collingwood. And you know what follows this? A centre bounce clearance for the Magpies. Pendlebury, hand pass to Maynard, tearing off the back of the square. Short kick to Jack Crisp. The Iron Man of the AFL. Outer edge of the centre square. In what is game number 211 in succession. Kicks inside the forward arc. Elliott a hand on it, no mark. Falls down towards Laverty. He's tackled. Pack forms around him and says ball up.
I love that. Even that. Elliott drops the mark straight after it. Bang. After Laverty. I think that was Myercheck. Piled in on top. That's how you just get yourself back to playing really good finals type footy against an opposition who's far inferior.
Brian slaps it down. It comes back to him. Kicks into the back of his Pies opponent. High ball. Ginnivan trying to knock it down and follow up. And another ball up inside the attacking 50 here for the Pies. The opening 11 goals of the game. They lead by 64. Umpire puts it up. Brian palming it down towards Parrish. Durham gets it and kicks the ball into the middle of the ground. Howe's there. He drops the mark. Wiedemann trying to come through for Essendon. Maynard right there with him. Spills out towards Langford. Nowhere to go. Retreats with the handball. Sardis dribbles a kick into the middle. And the Pies win it back through Lipinski.
Lipinski, hand pass away to Howe. Gives it to Markov. Kicks wide to Dacos. His 100th game. And it's Josh, his little brother Nick, unfortunately ruled out of that qualifying final by the Magpies earlier tonight. Short to Markov. He chips it to Hoskin Elliott. The Pies have made a complete mess of Essendon here. They've kicked the first 11 goals. We're halfway through the second term. Essendon haven't kicked one so far tonight.
And beat inside their front 50 once, Corby.
This kick good too. Finds Myercheck, who marks centre half forward for Collingwood.
He's got the distance from here if he wants it. Does the right thing. Back quickly. Always looking. I love Myercheck. He's just the simple things he does. He knows if he can pass it off, he will.
He does so here to Hoskin Elliott. I mentioned a couple of times tonight the difference
run with it.
Teams just getting back on the mark has been telling so far tonight as Hoskin Elliott at the top of the goal square. Durham flies, spills the mark, footy comes back to him. Hand pass away to High into the back pocket for Essendon. Dangerous ball. Oh, hit it very heavily. Sardis standing underneath it. Ball hits the deck. Hill grabs it. He's tackled, holding the ball. Umpire Roseberry said you had long enough. It was Myercheck who came to contest that mark with Sardis, and the young fella's okay, straight back on his feet. In a brutal contest, Collingwood by 64, just that one particular incident.
Yeah, well, that unfortunately for young Sardis, that's a player in game number 4 against a player who's hungry to win a premiership this year.
Howe comes through from the kick to the wing and just punches it away with disdain. Forces a throw in between wing and half forward for the Pies. Welcome to the AFL, Elijah Sardis.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, just meeting an opposition who are at a very different phase in their footballing journey.
Brian winning the tap, but straight down towards Pendlebury. Stands up in the tackle and another ball up.
Simon at Largs off the SMS. It looks as though Essendon have given up, not chasing. A lovely bruise-free game for Collingwood. It is embarrassing.
Hoskin Elliott picking it up on the wing, getting it onto the boot, squeezes out a kick. Dacos at half forward, chips into the pocket, and Hill marks 45 metres out.
Well, Dacos has found space all night, and he's 20 metres off the pack on most occasions. And no Essendon player wants to go near him.
He just runs superb wing patterns, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Always there. And it's strange they give him that much room considering how good a kick he is of the footy.
Bobby Hill wants to come infield. Back outside the attacking 50. Away to Hoskin Elliott. At right half forward. Goes long towards full forward. Massive pack forms. Down in front, Heppel. Picking it up. Hine trying to shovel out a handball. Setterfield getting involved. Elliott goes in for the Pies. And a ball up deep in the right forward pocket. Collingwood by 64, the opening 11 goals.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. Ball up here, forward pocket for the Pies. Mason Cox, straight down to Elliott. Took on the tackler, hand pass back inboard. Don's on the behind line, centrefield to Sardis, to Heppel, who just backs his way through. A rush behind for Collingwood. Quick kick out comes to McGrath.
And Essendon finds something. Sardis, his handball nearly chopped off by Ginnivan. Manages to get back to McGrath, who kicks well to Snelling. Gives it off to Parrish. Handball to Durham. Handball onto Langford. Bombers chaining it up around the southern wing. Langford bites off the kick towards Bryant. Two Dons get in each other's way, and that is the tale of their night. As Collingwood arrive around halfback and Crisp, he bursts away with it.
1-2 with Mason Cox, now runs into a dead end. He beats three Bombers. Pushes off McGrath with the big fend off and kicks wide to Hill. They've won everything tonight. Collingwood, every single contest across the park. He kicks out wide for Lipinski in a tangle with Nick Cox. Still the ball there to be won. Essendon with the numbers. Nick Martin goes and collects, pulls the trigger back inboard. And Hobbs marks back edge of the centre square. Collingwood by 65, 11 goals to zip as we tick into time on second quarter.
Durham wants to bring it towards the members' wing. Spots up Bryant, gives it off to Merritt. Kicks to half forward, Langford in space. 51 out. Pulls the trigger towards full forward. Wiedemann's in the goal square. And he marks in it 7 metres out. And Essendon will finally record a major in this match.
Well, it will fade to the right. So
Wiedemann comes in and puts it through. Finally for Essendon. They're 1-3-9. Collingwood 11-2-68. 59 points Collingwood's advantage, and the Essendon cheer squad down at the punt road end of the ground jumping around and celebrating their first major.
Well, it was well done. If you took away the scoreboard and you watched the way that came about, the players had depth in their kicking. Once they set up on this wing, long kick in, Langford marked it. Langford turned around straight away. And that's that aggressiveness of the Collingwood backline. They were 15, 20 metres in front of Wiedemann for the turnover. That's why they catch a lot of size out that turnover. But Langford's kick was able to find Wiedemann in the goal square.
Well, finally they had some intent to take it forward.
That's right. They went forward. That's right.
Nobody kicks 12 in a row against the Bombers. 11 goals to 1. A 59-point lead for Collingwood. Back in the middle. Phillips wins it down. Adams tackled. Got a kick away off his backside. And there's the ferocity again as Tagoe and Cameron go to Hunt and they lay a heavy tackle on Holtz. We got a ball up again. Middle of the G. Collingwood by 59. Phillips wins it down. Heppel hand pass to Merritt. Free kick for Phillips. It's coming back after...
Yeah, just an accidental smack across the face by Darcy Cameron. In the ruck contest. Not what you want.
Big Andrew Phillips, 82nd game tonight, retiring at the end of the year at 32, probably coming off his best year.
Yeah, I reckon he is.
3 clubs, the Giants, the Blues and the Bombers.
But good on him making a decision and good on him going home.
A short kick to Laverty, to Merritt, and he pokes the pass down to Nick Martin. Actually became a little piece of trivia as well as the... I'll get to that in a moment as Martin kicks inside the forward 50, wanted Langford, spills the mark, Quaynor grabs it, he's tackled and a ball up centre half forward for the Bombers. Became the first player traded between Carlton and Essendon in something like 20 years since the Justin Murphy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they didn't like trading, do they? No, not at all.
Phillips hooking it down here, it spills back towards Cameron, dribbles a kick forward, onto it quickly. A number of players and it's not coming out. So another ball up. Hobbs at the bottom of the pack. It's to his feet. Umpire puts it up. Cameron wins the tap down. Setterfield shovels out a handball. Now arriving Adams for the Pies. Wrenched off his kick there by Phillips. The Pies are there in numbers. Cameron eventually gets it on the boot. Clears a kick into the middle of the ground. Heppel for the Dons. Handball to Merritt. Look away. Handball straight to Noble. He gives it off to Adams. He kicks without looking. Straight out to Laverty on the wing.
Runs onto it. Number 15 for the Bombers. He kicked the last goal of the game. Collingwood kicked the first 11. Laverty goes wide to McGrath. Short kick to Archie Perkins.
Well, there's those hand passes again. They drive you nuts. They're just going nowhere, those hand passes.
Perkins is going to load up and kick it inside the forward arc. Phillips is down there. Big fly from the side. Durham can't complete it. Bryan knocks it forward, but straight to mark over the Pies. Hand pass out wide wanted Noble. His hand pass stays alive. Maynard against the boundary line southern side. Gives it to side bottom. Tumbles a kick down the wing. Adams collects on the bounce. Hand pass forward to Mitchell. Wins the footy off his knees. Coughs it up. Martin swaps it down for the Bombers. Now Hobbs burrows in. Pack forms around him. Umpire says...
well, umpire from a long way away has paid a high contact free kick. I think Hobbs, is it?
Ben Hobbs, he was, I think, the man coming front on in Tay Adams gives away the free. So Ben Hobbs, second-year Bomber to have it on the southern wing. Collingwood by 59 points, 24 gone in this second quarter.
Hobbs will set it up to the pocket in the Phillips direction, runs under the footy, follows up, knocks it to Langford, who snaps on goal and hooks it through. Essendon have got back-to-back majors after Collingwood kicked the first 11. It's back to 53 points. 11-2, 68 plays, 2-3-15. 24 minutes into the second term.
I know you've already been pumping him up tonight, Mick, and quite rightly so, Cole Langford. It's 51 goals he's kicked for the season. Yeah. It is remarkable given he is that hybrid, can play quite tall, good at ground level, almost not quite as much of a leading player as what Jack Gunston was, but that type of size player, Gunston in his prime. But in a team that's ultimately going to finish perhaps 12th or 13th on the ladder, to kick 51 goals in a season is excellent as not the number one target.
Just to give you some context around that as well. So Peter Wright kicked 53 last year. So it's the first time Essendon have had their leading goal kicker go 50 plus in back-to-back years since Matthew Lloyd in 07-08. To show how exceedingly rare 50 years in the modern game.
He's a bit like Oliver Rigby, and he's just out there by himself. Just does it all.
First, but hopefully not the last, Eleanor Rigby with a shutout of the night as the Pies off the back edge of the centre square. Mitchell gives it to Frampton, run down by McDonald. Tippenwoody affects the kick. Sardis for the Bombers. Hand pass in the centre square to Parrish. Gives it to Phillips. Handball to Hobbs. Heads it inside the attacking arc. Kick not a great one. Dacos first there. Tackle dispossessed. Durham goes in to win it. Bit of life in the Bombers. Hand pass to McDonald. Tippenwoody feeds it back to Hobbs. Ugly kick goalward. Punched through by Howe. The goal saver. Top of the goal square. And a behind for Essendon. So 11-2 to 2-4. Collingwood by 52, 25 gone in the second.
I reckon there lies Essendon. They had an absolute clear free player elected to have a shot on goal. He could have kicked that ball to the pocket. Player takes the mark.
Howe goes dangerously close to the line with the kick in. Maynard able to keep it in. Follows up at ground level. Handball to Dacos. Josh, the only Dacos out there, gives it to Mitchell. Gives it back to Josh Dacos, who goes back to Maynard. His kick out on the full.
If they can get it in quick here, Isaac Quaynor has got a sore foot, sore ankle, whatever it might be, hobbling around. Get it to him, or his opponent, as quick as they can. Try and catch him out.
Apple with it on the wing for Essendon. Will go backwards.
Got to go backwards.
It's almost mandatory, isn't it? Go backwards and let Collingwood set up in front of you.
Don't forget lateral as well. That's the other one. Backwards and lateral.
Straight across east-west, or on this ground north-south, as Hind goes.
That's better.
Wide to Redmond, gives it to Heppel.
Go back to Redmond.
Short kick to Hobbs, gives it to Redmond now. 70 out, pokes the pass inside 50, and Durham marks.
Isn't it amazing they get a mark inside forward 50 when somebody takes a risk?
It's a metre in from the boundary line, 48 out, so he centres to the hot spot, flying for it, no mark for Perkins. Pies win it back. Howe, last line of defence, hand pass to Noble. They want to run it out by hand. Collingwood gives it to Mitchell. Dangerous hand pass for Cameron. He left it behind. Bombers back on it. Durham handball, top of the goal square. Picked up by Menzies, tackled by Howe, taken to ground, and a ball up. 12 metres out from the Essendon goal at the city end. The Bombers have kicked the last two, but Collingwood kicked the first 11. Pies by 52 points.
Up it goes, winning it down Bryant, trying to get after it. Snelling shovels it out to Sardis, moves it on to Parrish, eventually gets it onto Perkins. He's tackled. And now coming through Noble for the Pies. Gives it off to Quaynor, kick smothered. Ricochets away to Adams, shrugs a tackle, gets a handball away to Mitchell, dumps it on the boot, clearing kick for the Pies. Bouncing ball towards the wing. Onto it, Nick Cox for Essendon. His kick can't find a target, back inside 50. Langford tackled quickly. Quaynor takes him to ground. And a ball up just in the field of play, just beyond the attacking 50 here for Essendon. Left half forward.
Ball skills aren't great either. The Bombers, they're really missing targets, 15-metre targets.
From the restart, Brian tried to grab it out of the ruck. His opposing ruckman, Darcy Cameron, wins it. Hand pass away to Pendlebury, gives it to Mitchell. Hurried kick down the wing, and Zerk Thatcher punches it away into the fence and a boundary throw in on the wing.
At least the last, 7
or 8 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen some fight, some scrap, and
it did
pressure.
Well, the metres gained, 1,000 each.
Yeah.
That's 1,000 each. So it's, 3 goals to 2. So that's probably reflective.
Cameron wins the tap, straight down to Crisp, who was sweeping the pack. He'll tumble a kick forward of the wing here for Collingwood. Tracking it back, Zerk Thatcher. Handball away to Heppel, Essendon back with it. Little 1-2 with Hine. He runs around the boundary and goes short to Hobbs.
Give it. They're runners. Just move it forward. You're actually testing Collingwood a little bit.
Didn't give it to Heppel. Running by. Now Hobbs will kick around the wing, trying to find a target. Unable to mark there. Perkins follows up at ground level, wins it for Essendon. Under pressure with the handball, a turnover. House handball releases Noble, who goes running through the middle for the Pies.
Links up with DeGoey, kicks out wide for Ginnivan, who was hot in the opening term.
Oh, Mycheck's on.
Just outside the 50, Mycheck all alone, getting back top of the goal square. He'll now stand in a pack of 5 or 6, and Mycheck is the king of that pack. Floats through, takes the juggled mark, 15 out, straight in front.
Well, McStay, take a bow, because he kept the defence right off Mycheck there. Outstanding teammanship on that forward line by the Pies.
Son of a bomber, his dad Jack played a number of games for the Dons back in the 70s. And Brodie Mycheck to drive through his third. All in the first half. And Collingwood push the margin at the long break back out to 58. The Pies 12-2-74, Essendon 2-4-16. You heard the gasp around the MCG. He only just snuck it through from 15 out, but it's there. And Brodie Mycheck, now he's up to 44 goals for the season. Jamie Elliott is on 38, so they're having their own little tussle towards the back end of the season, with, of course, finals on the horizon for the goal-kicking award. 12-2-74 Collingwood, Essendon 2-4-16. The goal kickers tonight, 3 for Mycheck, 2 for Elliott and Ginnivan. Meanwhile, singles for Lipinski, DeGoey, Mitchell, Dacos and Pendlebury. While for Essendon, 1 for Langford, 1 for Wiedemann. Collingwood kicked the first 11 goals. They led by as many as 65 points. Essendon kicked 2 in a row. And then Mycheck just restored a bit of order before half-time with that last goal to make it 12 goals to 2. Collingwood by 58 at half-time. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, a bit of a false alarm. They had Finn McRae take he had a couple of jackets on, and I thought he was going to do a full warm-up there at half-time. That was my next question, to see what Mick would be saying. Have you seen enough? Would you be saying, right, Pendles or Sidebottom or Josh Dacos or Maynard or DeGoey even, to say, right, put the jacket on, have the second half off, and let's see what Finn McRae can do. When he did take his jacket off, you could see he's wearing the big black glove that he's coming back from that broken thumb. Do you try and give someone a rest in the second half to help in the run to September?
Well, you would give someone a rest only if they needed a rest. You wouldn't manufacture a rest. And McRae has been part of it all year. This would be what did you say his first game was? First one for the year. So, yeah, you might find something, but you're finding something against a very poor side. So there can be a false dawn. So you've got to be very, very careful how you... If someone is sore, fine, but players don't get them taken off if they don't, especially if they want to get form and they want to maintain form. Some players like a good run at it. Other players, a bloke like Pendlebury would probably say, look, I've had enough. I'm quite happy to give him a rest, because Pendlebury's going to be 1, fit, 2, he's been down finals tracks before, so it's not new, but you're still going to be very careful, Timmy.
That's, I think, Jordan DeGoey's one who springs one. I know he had last week off, but, if he's sore...
In the glute,
Yeah, and maybe you go, okay, I've got a real good run into him for 2.5 quarters.
Yeah.
Wouldn't necessarily be at half-time. Then, okay, that's fine. Then we'll use next week's bye, and then he'll be fresh again for the first one. So that would be a management thing. The other one to think of, just thinking a little left field, with that is it Darcy Cameron? the risk of losing your number one ruckman
main key,
is do you take him off to send Mason Cox, you ruck the rest of the game for us?
That doesn't do any harm at all.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, the one you have to protect the most is the players that you don't have a lot of. And ruckman, they've already when he was out, they had Cox, they had Johnson ruck, they had Frampton might have rucked it even there for a couple of weeks. So, you know, it's a bit like you've got a lump of gold there. That's the one you protect most of all.
I like it. The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. That first half of footy, so 58 points is the margin at half-time. Collingwood kicked the first 11. Essendon didn't have a single goal until the 20-minute mark of the second quarter, and then that last 10 minutes of the quarter probably looked the best they have all night. They kicked 2 of the last 3 goals in the half before Myercheck knocked one through on the bell. 58 points at half-time. Have Collingwood got what they want out of that half of footy?
Oh, they have, absolutely, because they started the game the way that they wanted to play. They almost made the opposition irrelevant to them. They said, okay, we want to get back to hunting the ball around the footy. As I said, first half of the year, second in the comp in contested possessions. Since the halfway mark, I think they've been 15th in the comp in contested possessions. They're plus 18 in that area. So great, big tick. That's an important area. They pressed and really harassed and created turnovers straight away off Essendon. Weren't exposing their defence at all. Big tick. That's the way they play. And I reckon in first quarter in particular, now it's nice when you're kicking all the goals you do and you kick 8 goals in a quarter, but Mick, they had an obvious intent to give a forward handball, to get a runner going, to use the corridor, to be super aggressive with their ball use, which is what Craig McRae loves. So they played the type of football that makes them the top team in the competition. Now, yes, they can do certain things in the second half because they've set the game up beautifully for the way that they wanted to play.
I think that they've declared where they want to play how too, because today would have been a temptation to go, look, Essendon are undermanned the back line, let's use him down there, get a few goals. No, this is us looking at the next week and the week after. We know he can go forward and do a little cameo, but he may well be the mortar or the glue in the back line. So that's where he's playing.
Essendon, so obviously completely destroyed. It feels like, I mentioned in the opener, that they're in a bit of a tailspin. They were lucky to fall over the line against the Roos and the Eagles, who have been historically bad this year, as we know, in the last couple of seasons. Completely destroyed against the Giants, and then they come out here and concede the first 11 goals in what is their last run of the year.
Yeah, I think you're right. Sometimes it's not only the losses, it's the close wins against sides that they really should, early in the season or middle of the season, they would have destroyed. Are they tired? Has the game style run them around a fair bit? I know this is a big statement, but I reckon they rely far too much on too few. And when you've got, and this is a crack at Jake Stringer, when he's playing, it's almost like your forward line has to create another player to do the hard yakka running, because Jake, with all his strengths and all his good parts, he doesn't chase. And if you add on another player, so they get 2 or 3 players that don't do that, then the workload of a few to cover for the deficiency loads you up. It's like what Lingy said about, you remember your last year, you remember your last game of a side when you don't make the finals. It's like, why do the losers always get injured? Why are you carrying the most injuries? Because when you're winning, you put up with them. It's like the adrenaline takes over, so you feel every crunch, and I reckon Essendon are starting to feel every bit of a long season, and they're relatively young. I know they've got a couple of older players, but they are relatively young, and I'll say this now, they're not big-bodied through the middle. So I think you said, Ling, and I was surprised you only played 12 years. I thought you played more, but yeah, you're a big-bodied player. The smashing that happens in the middle these days is you're playing against players who are 90 to 95 kilos. They only hit you from a metre away, but if you get that regularly, it takes its toll. And I think I look at Parrish, I look at Merritt. They're not big men.
And it's 4 quarters longer than it ever has been this season. We're up to game 23.
Yeah, and the players put their hand up. We want to play, everyone twice. It's madness. This game doesn't cater for a lengthy season.
You made a good point about Essendon earlier, and their backline has been really superb throughout the year, that they've had to put up with a whole lot coming in. Their forwards don't defend as well as other teams. Their midfielders, it hasn't been their reputation historically to defend as a team, and yet their backline has has actually stood pretty firm through all of that for most of the year, and it feels like in the last 6 quarters anyway, it's
got them.
Yeah, they've got them, and they're undersized. Their best defender's not playing. Jordan Ridley, poor Zirk Thatcher at times. I worry for him because I think as a second tall defender, or probably a third actually, because Ridley would become the second. If you could get a big, strong, almost 199 centimetre defender who can lock down on that one.
Who used to wear a North Melbourne jumper.
Yes, well, still does technically, you're talking about.
Well, I did wonder just quickly whether Adrian Dodoro is just playing the game with Darcy Parish because some of that money might be allocated to try and get over Ben Mackay.
Well, maybe.
Yeah. If you believe the reports, there is an offer in front of Darcy Parish for 5 years. It's just not at the money that he's looking for it to be at.
Well, I would be running down the race into whatever office is there and quickly scribbling my signature on that offer.
Yeah. These stocks aren't going up tonight?
Oh, second half of the season, they're doing what the stock market's doing in general.
Don't mention that. We've had we had Warren Buffett getting shouted out by Dylan Shield earlier on.
One of the Beatles songs.
The Australian dollar's tanking against the US. It's all happening.
More of your SMSs coming up after the news. I'm not an Essendon supporter, but I feel sorry for their supporters putting up with another insipid performance by them. Where the hell is their effort? Quite pathetic, really. And from Helen in South Australia, evening boys, fancy the AFL putting this rubbish on a Friday night, for goodness sake. From an unnamed texter, says been a tough listen so far as a Bomber. Luckily, the bells are going off on the fishing lines in the Murray at Strathmerton. I hope I pronounced that correct.
Yep.
Hopefully it's positives next year for the boys in red and black. And from Marcus in South Melbourne, at least Freo, the Hawks, North, give you an effort before losing. Essendon are a total disgrace tonight. So some strong opinions off the SMS. And I don't mean to be, what's the word, Ben? A curmudgeon or
curmudgeonly?
Curmudgeon. But there has been lots of texts and jokes about the Essendon jumper and the seatbelts and the passengers and everything else. It is a very important message that the Bombers are sending. Far too many people are dying on our roads. So if you're one of them out there that's cruising around without a seatbelt on, put it on. It's a really good message to send. I'm not trying to shoot down and make light of the situation on that front. So appreciate your text, but we'll try and steer away from that tonight because the road safety message is a very important one that the Bombers are trying to get across tonight. It is half-time. Collingwood and Essendon, the Pies by 58 points. We'll be back after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Australian and Philippine forces are holding their largest ever joint drills near Manila as tensions rise over the South China Sea. Here's Southeast Asia correspondent Bill Birtles.
More than 1,000 Australian Defence Force personnel are in the Philippines, with soldiers simulating beach landings and attacks on an imaginary enemy that captured islands. While long planned, the drills come as Chinese pressure increases at sea on Philippines fishing and supply boats heading to islands that both countries claim. In a sign of growing ties, the exercises were jointly watched by Australia's Defence Minister Richard Marles and the Philippines President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. Bill Birtles, ABC News, San Antonio, Philippines.
The opposition's criticising the federal government for blocking additional flights to and from Australia by Qatar Airways. The Transport Minister, Catherine King, claims that it's not in the national interest to let the airline bring 21 weekly flights into Australia. The Shadow Tourism Minister, Kevin Hogan, says that he's not convinced by the explanation.
From what I understand, the government have gone against their department's recommendation to allow this in. So let's get clear on this. What would allowing more flights from Qatar Airways into Australia mean? It would mean cheaper flights. So that's good for Australian consumers who want to fly in and out of the country. But it's also really important for our export industries.
The head of Australia's honeybee industry fears the Varroa mite outbreak could spread after the parasite was detected on the Victorian border. The New South Wales Department of Primary Industries has established a 10-kilometre eradication zone around the infected hives at Euston as part of the attempt to stop the pest from spreading. The Chief Executive of the Australian Honeybee Industry Council, Danny Lefebvre, is calling on beekeepers in the affected region to stay vigilant.
For the beekeepers that are caught up in these new zones in the almonds, it's really important to follow the rules, and we're working hard to find a solution, but they need to adhere to the rules, which at the moment that's stand still and wait for further instructions from the DPI about how we're going to progress those areas.
The jury in the trial of a sitting West Australian parliamentarian accused of sexually abusing a young girl is expected to retire to consider its verdict next week. The Upper House MP James Hayward's been on trial on 4 charges of indecently dealing with the girl when she was aged between 6 and 8. Prosecutors allege the 53-year-old made an admission in a suicide email to his wife, but he denies any wrongdoing. The jury will hear directions from the judge on Monday before retiring to consider its verdict. Heading overseas, and a mugshot has been released of the former US President Donald Trump following his surrender on criminal charges in the state of Georgia. A scowling Trump has been booked on 13 charges over his alleged attempts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. This is his 4th criminal indictment. He'll enter a plea at a later date. Before leaving Georgia to head back to New Jersey, Mr. Trump described the case against him as a travesty.
There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference. We did nothing wrong at all, and we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think is very dishonest.
The Supreme Court in Papua New Guinea has been asked to make a ruling on whether a recently signed defence agreement with the United States is constitutional. Here's PNG correspondent Tim Swanston.
The defence agreement, signed between the United States and Papua New Guinea in May, would give the US access to key bases in PNG and has been billed as a way for PNG to access training and other assistance. The agreement hasn't been ratified yet by PNG's parliament, and the government is facing domestic pushback over the document, including a clause that gives the US an exclusive right to a criminal jurisdiction over its personnel. Opposition leader Joseph Lalong has now referred the document to the Supreme Court to rule on its constitutionality, putting the agreement further in doubt.
The United Nations aid chief is concerned about the spread of violence in Sudan, saying a lasting conflict could tip the entire region into a humanitarian catastrophe. Fighting between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces broke out almost 5 months ago, forcing many from their homes. In a statement, Martin Griffiths says that hundreds of thousands of children are severely malnourished due to the conflict and are at imminent risk of death. That's the latest from ABC News. For more news at any time, you can head to the website abc.net.au/news.
Since time began, humans have asked the big questions.
Does feeling cold make you more likely to catch a cold?
Is my phone secretly listening to me?
Should you keep the tomato sauce in the fridge?
Any question you ask, these humans will find you the facts.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Whatever it takes.
How long do I have to stay in here?
What the FAQ starts Wednesday, August 30 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Phillips and Cameron. Phillips takes it out of the ruck, handballs it straight to Cameron, snaps the Pies inside 50, and Jamie Elliott leads them to the footy and marks, tumbling to the ground. Jamie Elliott on the set shot, drives it through the heart of the goal. Normal transmission resumes in the second term.
Hoskin Elliott for Collingwood gives it to Pendlebury, kicks inside 50, Dacos to bring back Houston. The 100-gamer makes it the first 10 for Collingwood.
Handball away to Dacos, Pies at half forward, Maynard goes long to full forward, they're there, Myercheck to Lipinski, and he bangs it through. Langford in space, pulls the trigger towards full forward, Wiedemann's in the goal square, and he marks in it 7 metres out. Wiedemann comes in and puts it through. Finally for Essendon.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
It is half-time. It is all Collingwood, 58 points. They lead it by 12-2-74 over Essendon, 2-4-16. So the Pies on track to claim their first minor premiership in a dozen years. 2011, the last time they did so. It would be their 20th, which puts them on top in that category. Most minor premierships won. The story of the night, Collingwood kicked the first 11 goals. Essendon kicked the next 2, and then Collingwood with the last of the match right on the bell to signal the end of the first half. In the NRL tonight, the Warriors defeated the Dragons 18-6. And in the game that's on at the moment, the Cowboys 24-0 over the Dolphins. So the two Queensland teams going at it. That's halftime action there. There is a call available through the ABC Listen app. Look out for the green ABC Sport button. In the World Cup action earlier tonight, the Boomers have started their campaign. Australia's men's basketball team, after leading narrowly at halftime, they pulled away from Finland in the second half and showed them who's boss. 98-72, the full-time score. So a 26-point win for the Boomers in the group stage. Off the SMS, Jen, who's a loyal Essendon supporter, says, I think that Tullamarine training ground is rubbish and soulless. There is still something wrong in the heart of Essendon, which is heartbreaking. That's from Jen. From Joe, evening all. Is it time to replace Merritt as captain? And he just got the gig in 2023. He's top 6 player in the league this year, according to our experts. If so, who do you suggest? Great analysis of the game as usual from your team. Thanks. That's from Joe. 0437 774 774, the SMS. Tim Hodges, he's on the boundary. Hodgie.
So Collingwood has put their substitution papers in. So somebody's come out of this game. I'm not exactly sure who it is. All the doctor would say on the boundary, I'm not sure if it's any help. One of the fossils is going to go out. So Scott Pendlebury is in front of me. He's still got his warm-up vest on. I think Jamie Elliott, I can't spot him out there, guys. He had some work on his right hip during that second term. I think he might be down in the room still. See if you can spot him out there.
Elliott's out there.
Yeah, so Sidebottom is definitely out there. So of the 30-year-olds plus, I reckon it might be either Elliott or Pendlebury.
We'll come back to you, Hodgie. 58 points, Collingwood's lead. Third term underway. Here's Ben Cameron.
Cox in the ruck, wins the tap down. McRae in the action. Gets a handball away to DeGoey. Goes back to Cox. Here's McRae again. Shuttling out a handball. Pies it half forward. Crisp to DeGoey. Snapping on goal. And it's slapped through very nearly. Started the second half exactly how he started the first. With a DeGoey goal, but on the last line, Essendon able to get a hand on it. 59 points, Collingwood's advantage.
Got as wide as 65. The feeling it might get wider than that in the second half as Redmond goes long out to half-back, and here's Sammy Durham.
Just quickly, Corbs, Elliott has come up on our screen as the one.
Okay.
Hodgie was all over it.
We haven't seen him back on the bench for the Magpies, so Jamie Elliott, 2 goals in the first half. He's now kicked 33 goals in his last 14 games. It's a good way to hit the final series. Hopefully he's all okay health-wise. There's Parrish with the footy on the wing for the Bombers. Kicks down to half-forward. Big pack crunched by Howe from the back. Spills to Durham. Huge tackle, Quaynor.
Great tackle.
Got him ball and all, and the umpire says that he's holding the footy. Free kick for Isaac Quaynor, half-back.
There's a younger brother coming through the pathway and very similar in appearance. He'll kick towards the wing and Cox goes up, juggles the mark, can't quite take it down at ground level. Parrish, he loses it, holding the ball, and eventually it'll come back. Free kick will go to Brodie Myercheck for pinging Laverty.
It might be a good one for the SMS, actually. 0437 774 774. We're talking about the most improved in the league this year, and Cole Langford. We spoke about it on our show during the week. As to who your nominations are, Mick Malthouse throwing forward Isaac Quaynor, which is a good nomination.
Like
so
great call.
Let us know off the SMS.
Eyes out to the southern side of the ground. Hoskin Elliott chipping it short to Sidebottom. Sidebottom goes back inside and back to Hoskin Elliott. Hoskin Elliott will chip it short to Maynard. Maynard kicks around the boundary and Sidebottom. Collingwood just chipping it around. Jamie Elliott back on the bench in his civvies. Watch on the second half. Sidebottom really short to Geordie DeGoey. 55 metres out left half forward for the Pies.
He's just going to lay it up. Top of the goal square. Mason Cox has it knocked away from him by Zerk Thatcher. Straight down to Laverty. He's tackled immediately. Hodgie.
Collingwood just let us know it is officially a corky for Jamie Elliott. Had a lot of work on that hip in the second term, but he's already had the shower. He's got the hoodie and shorts on. his sneakers on, so he looks in a good frame of mind, sitting up on the back seat of the bench, taking a breather in this second half.
Thanks, Hodgie. Perkins gets the clearing kick out of the defensive arc for Essendon, but it's coming back in as Maynard sends a hand pass inside the forward arc. The Bombers running out of room, and in the end, Redmond steps out with the footy. We'll have a boundary throw in half forward for Collingwood.
I might get in trouble for mentioning that Jamie Elliott was in the civvies. Hodgie doesn't like it when we encroach on his boundary territory. Sorry, Hodgie.
He's got it all sorted down there. Our man Tim Hodges, 59 points. A lead for Collingwood early in the third. Boundary throw in. Mason Cox goes and grabs the footy. Hands it out to Lipinski. Squeezes a kick along the forward 50. And Myercheck inadvertently knocks it out of bounds. So a throw in half forward for the Magpies.
Lingy, on today's performance, Bobby Hill or Ginnivan?
Ooh.
I could only see one of them playing.
Yeah.
Unless the other one's a sub or something.
Yeah, I think Ginnivan's a very effective sub, and I rate Bobby Hill extremely highly, given his year that he's had.
Dons win it at half-back. Martin runs straight into a tackle. De Goey drags him to ground. Spills free. Parrish there for Essendon. Fires a handball to Merritt. Handball away to Redmond. Wants to switch it. Dangerous kick straight to Hill. Drops the mark but runs onto it. Crosses the 50. Looks towards Myercheck. It'll go over his head and tumble through for a minor score.
Free kick's been paid. Sorry, Benny.
Yeah.
Just the Myercheck push.
Why would they come across the ground then when they're facing home and they've got one-on-ones in front of them and this is 2-on-1 out this side? It's just beyond me.
Ooh, that's 50, isn't it?
McGrath takes the mark. Got some late treatment from Ginnivan. Bombers aren't happy. They leap back to their feet for a bit of push and shove.
Well, it's about time they did something.
Yeah, no 50 though.
It's not quite as wild as the 1990 grand final.
Andy McGrath just runs off. There's nothing up ahead. Tackled by Crisp. Ugly kick forward. De Goey takes the intercept mark. The footy's coming back inside 50 for Collingwood. Turnover though. An intercept mark for Zach Merritt, centre half back for the Bombers. So off the SMS, most improved player in the league this year. We've had Langford, had Quaynor, the SMS 0437 774 774. Hit us up with your nomination.
Merritt, a cold turnover straight to Quaynor, forward of the wing here for the Pies. Butcher pitch short to Josh Dacos.
Does Nick Larkey count as most improved?
Well, he kicked all the goals last year.
Yeah, maybe not.
Oh, well, he's fantastic. You say about second bottom side, he's kicked, 60 goals.
Yeah. Josh Dacos kicks into the pocket. Spoiled away, McStay trying to mark it. And it'll come down in front. Ball up in the pocket. Collingwood by 59. They led by 58 at half-time. Kicked the opening 11 goals of the match.
Up it goes. Mason Cox moves Phillips aside, grabs the footy, and Phillips grabs him. The ball up again.
Cox can't work out why it's not a free kick. When you push someone right in the back and push him away, it's got to be a free kick.
Mason Cox wins it down to McGrath, coughs up the footy. Now he tackles Ginnivan, trying to get him a little bit back after his contact earlier. The ball now out of play as McGrath and Ginnivan exchange a few words. Umpire says, I'll just chuck it back in. Forward pocket for Collingwood, kicking to the city end in the third quarter. They lead the game by 59.
Josh Dacos with a lot of space at the back of this stoppage. I'd be getting it to him if I could.
Cox lays it to the back on a platter for De Goey. Can't quite bend it back enough. A running left-footed snap misses the lot out of bounds on the full.
I always thought you're supposed to have an inner and an outer. Yeah. There was no outer there by Essendon whatsoever, and that's why De Goey was able to run onto it. He actually could have kicked the check. He could have rolled over. It's beautiful tap work by Cox.
Essendon turn it over again. Josh Dacos onto the footy, kicks towards the corridor. Doesn't quite find side bottom. Martin brings it down, but Collingwood are there in numbers. Side bottom away to Hoskin Elliott. He looks into the pocket, nobody there. It'll pitch in play and tumble out. No, out of bounds on the full.
Their kicks inside forward 50 to start this quarter haven't been really sharp, Collingwood. I mean, Essendon are getting a lot of numbers back, so they're forcing them to go a bit wider, but it's one area they just want to fix up a little. Just hit that last kick.
Laverty takes the free, kicks it down the wing for Essendon, but Collingwood pick it off. Howe, hand pass to side bottom, short pass. A little kick to Hoskin Elliott. Marks between wing and half forward. Goes with a deep entry. Myercheck out after it. Bounces straight at the chest of Redmond, and then he completes the mark. And the ball slipped through his hands, bounced off his chest, and in the end completed it. And he got shoved after doing so, and now the umpire says, actually, that's 50. Called by the non-controlling umpire out of zone.
Yeah, but the non-controlling umpire shouldn't get involved there, because the other umpire said that Mychek thought it was touched and gave him the benefit of bringing him back behind the mark.
Redmond comes wide to the wing. McGrath the 1-2 with Heppel. Then McGrath gives to Parrish. He kicks wide for Merritt. Loops a hand pass over to Sardis. Gets back on his right peg. Heads to half forward and Langford marks. Right on the 50. Menzies in the corridor calling for it. He goes a little longer. Top of the goal square. Phillips the target. Mason Cox whacks it through for a rush behind.
That's the first time inside 52, Corby. First time we've played 6.5 live minutes.
Yeah. 58, Collingwood's lead. Still haven't had a goal through those minutes so far in this third term.
Haven't seen a lot of the footy if you've been sat at the punt road end tonight. A lot of the action down at the city end of the ground from the kick in. Howe out towards right half back. McStay picks it up. Handballer turnover. Parrish back feeds a handball away to Merritt. Kicks to a leading Wiedemann. He marks right on the arc of 50 at left half forward for Essendon. Wants to go infield inside 50, and Parrish is able to take it. Sliding in 45 metres out, 30-degree angle left-hand side.
Well, this will test him. And I'll say something else too. Essendon's forward line structure here, if he kicks it in long, well, it's coming straight back out, because there's no one down there can mark. Well, they're now jogging down.
Wiedemann's finally got there.
Jogging down. Goodness.
Game 150 for Darcy Parrish. The question is, are there any more to come? In the red sash of Essendon, he tugs his kick away to the left.
See, that's lazy.
Misses left.
Really lazy. Had the distance. Just poked the kick.
Maynard short to the back pocket to Howe on the kick out, so Collingwood by 57. Talking about the most improved players in the league. So here's a couple of your nominations to go along with Cole Langford and Isaac Quaynor as the long kick down the line whacked out of play by Nick Bryan. Simon from the York Peninsula says Jesse Motlop from Carlton.
Been very good.
Forced his way in back end of the year and held down his spot. Greg from Bendigo, Trent Rivers. Melbourne.
Yeah.
Aaron in Adelaide says Errol Goulden.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's just an out-and-out star, isn't he?
What a year he's had. Cool. Brian wins it down to Hobbs. Squeeze a little kick forward. Still 55 out from the Essendon goal, but Collingwood win it back. Mitchell away towards Dacos. Gives it to Lipinski. Kicks from one side of the ground to the other and get him to the marks. Southern wing. Collingwood by 57 points.
Quaynor running down the southern wing. Receives the handball. Kicks forward of the wing. Unable to mark Zerk Thatcher. He'll get a free kick. Mychek impeded him. Essendon with it at right half back. Just on that great talkback topic, should we actually have it as an award, do you think, Mick and Lingy?
Who picks it?
Oh, you could do it under the Coaches Association. You could pick it, Mick.
I think they have a lot of them. The Coaches Association have a lot of awards. The one that's the most important for the Coaches Association really is the 10 votes they give each week. I think it's really interesting how they do that and why they do it.
Essendon bringing it down the members' wing. Sardis, handball to Menzies, handball to Hobbs, handball onto Setterfield, handball onto Bryan, the big ruckman, pokes his kick short, Snelling marks, looks further into the pocket and spots up Langford. 25 metres out, tight angle in the left forward pocket.
Well, some good sharp ball use there by Essendon.
That was quick though.
Yeah, they didn't hesitate. I know it ended up wide, but that's because when you use the space of the ground, the width of the ground like that, but you're still moving it quickly, that's fine to do that. Doesn't all have to live in the corridor. If you use the space that's there for you, but you use it in a really quick manner, you can still set up a mark inside forward 50, set shot at goal.
Trying to kick the first goal of the second half. Langford's set shot is away to the left.
So that was really, that's not his normal run-up.
No.
He took, I reckon, 4 or 5 less.
Oh, Quaynor short kick out, broken up. Knocked down by Setterfield. Live footy, forward 50 for Essendon, but Collingwood win it. Mitchell. And pass to Dacos, kicks out of the defensive arc to a one-on-one on the wing. Cameron on Laverty. Laverty spoils, hits the deck. Sardis there for Essendon. Hand pass to McGrath, gives it back to Sardis as he slips over, lays it off to Merritt. Short kick to Nick Cox, and that's in about a 20-metre radius. But high half forward for the Bombers. The big rangy 2-metre Nick Cox. Touched on the way through, slides to Setterfield, and his hand pass knocked out of play. So a throw in half forward for the Bombers.
Well, they're getting a lot of the ball, and I suppose a number of repeat entries, which is really positive.
They've got the last 4 league.
Yeah.
Nothing's happened with them, mate. Well, yes, they have, because they've had one shot, haven't they, in that 4.
Well, they've probably had 2 shots at goal, set shots that they should have kicked.
Collingwood by 56. Mitchell will get the clearance. A spiral into the middle of the MCG. Bouncing ball. 3 Dons are there. Zerk Thatcher will track it back. Runs straight into McStay. Escapes him. Handball away to Laverty. Little kick out towards McGrath. Has to pick it up on the wing. Essendon still with it. Sardis bites off the kick into the middle of the ground. And that will be a turnover. Collingwood away with it through Ginnivan.
Here they go, downhill, down Bobby Hill. He marks the Ginnivan kick, runs inside 50, 2 bounces, slams through another. The small forwards line up the front half for the Magpies. And it's out beyond 10 goals once more. Collingwood by 62, 13.5 gone in the third, 13-3 to 2-7.
Unfortunately, it was young Elijah Sardis who tried to take the corridor kick when really there was absolutely no kick on there. So I always encourage younger players, intent, back your leg. You're a good kick of the footy. You've got talent. If it's on in the corridor, take that kick, but at the right time. Not when it's one Essendon player, 3 Collingwood players, all within a really close proximity to that Essendon player. And the moment it hung up a little bit long in the middle of the ground, goodbye. Collingwood were gone.
But the other thing is too, Lingy, Essendon handled the football 3 or 4 times right in front of us, and none of them prepared to go forward. So the young kids learning from that, going, well, I don't want to give the ball up. Maybe I've got to go through the middle. Because there's 3 times they could have kicked that football forward.
Here they go out of the middle again. Mitchell kicks towards full forward. Zerk Thatcher takes the defensive mark for Essendon.
He's working overtime this quarter, Zerk Thatcher, and has been good in this quarter.
Another player whose future at Essendon is uncertain goes laterally to Laverty. Moves it on to Heppel, still inside the defensive 50.
It's amazing to me the interest in Ben Mackay, and they got Zerk Thatcher there, and he's off contract. You would have thought you'd get him a little cheaper.
Yes, but I'd be asking questions if I was Zerk Thatcher of who else you're going to bring in, because you can't keep giving me, when I'm underdeveloped, monsters to play on. You can't say, here's Tom Hawkins, go play on him every single week.
So you think it would actually be more attractive for him if someone like Mackay came?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And Laverty's probably in that category too, isn't he?
Yep.
They all play a little smaller. The Bombers with the footy and a slow play in the back half. We're talking about the most improved player in the league, which is sort of an award in a category which the league hasn't got, to sort of recognise someone that's taken a significant jump over the last 12 months, as opposed to a young star who has a breakout season, for example, early on in their career. So you look at guys like Langford, who's at 26 years of age, and Isaac Quaynor at 23, who have really had breakout years to be among the best at their craft. A long kick down to half forward. Jeremy Howe goes for a climb. No mark. Spills down to Menzies. Half forward for Essendon. Gives a hot hand pass to Durham. He sells it off to Setterfield. His hand pass out of play. And a throw in 40 out from the Essendon goal. A couple more nominations. Chris in Port Adelaide says Josh Dacos.
Yeah, it's close, but he's been good.
Yeah, I was going to say, I reckon he's nearly All-Australian last year, and now he's...
That's right.
And Marcus himself, Andy's, do you want to keep going?
No, I pulled out of that one.
All-Australian selector Cameron Ling. And Marcus in South Melbourne says Hayden Young from the Dockers.
Oh, yeah. That's a good call.
That is a good call.
Pies win it back at fullback through Frampton. He'll kick out towards Grass on the wing. Race is on. Heppel tracking it back. Able to gather on the wing for Essendon. Handball forward, away to Martin. Handball off to Merritt. Back to Martin. Tries to bite off. The kick on the 45 and shanks it. It tumbles out. Throwing left half forward.
I've seen too much of that tonight from Essendon. That look up and it's a rush kick across the body when they've got evened off on the forward line. They just don't back their own forwards. I'd hate to be a forward at Essendon, honestly.
Collingwood by 62. Bryant winning it down, but immediately set upon.
Actually, I'll rephrase that. If 2 metre Peter's there, they see him.
Yeah.
But they don't see anyone else.
All up left half forward here for Essendon. Cox slapping it down. Bryant following up. Gets away a kick inside 50 for Essendon. Wiedemann close to the boundary line. Out there with him, close to his boot too. And out of bounds on the full. It ricochet off his boot.
Oh,
free kick.
Yes, maybe just unlucky. I don't know if it was.
I think Wiedemann was the closest, but Setterfield is going to get the kick. He's come over and pinched it. Mark set 45 metres out. Hard left half forward with a punt road end. right where Jamie Elliott kicked the goal against.
Look at this in the Collingwood setup. It's just fantastic.
Brilliant, Jeremy
Smothered
Howe.
on the mark by Jeremy Howe. He charges down the kick and now he wins the footy. And he should release the Pies to the wing. There's no one there, though.
It just bounces along the boundary line northern side. Zerk Thatcher gets there. Just pokes the pass over the head of Bobby Hill and Hill wins.
Jeremy Howe just staying engaged in the game there.
Bobby Hill. That was mixed stage, drifting through the zone and trying to marshal troops. I think the umpire might have called stand and Hill jumped back a few metres and now he's having a conversation with the ump. But
yeah, I don't know.
It's Heppel's free right on the 50 and he puts it straight on the chest of Langford who leads up in that leading lane at right half forward to take it 45-degree angle.
So we've been talking about Langford as the most improved, one of the most improved. You can see why, Mick. He just never stopped leading and moving.
But I'd like to see him kick a goal from his three. This is his third or fourth shot on goal. I question Heppel there. Heppel's within range on a better angle with his left foot.
Cole Langford on his way in. His drop punt, close to the goal post, hits it. 3/4 of the way up.
So that's, what's that, 3 misses from almost the same angle and the same distance.
And he's got the one goal, but he could have had a good night.
He's 1-3 for the night, which gives him 51-22 for the season. So pretty accurate before tonight.
Here go the Pies. Wooshka down the southern wing. Ginnivan kicking inside 50. Out the back, Pendlebury trying to gather in the pocket. Handball to himself. He might have been dragged down. Umpire will let them play, and Essendon are there. Laverty to Heppel in the defensive goal square. And out to Martin in the left back pocket.
The only reason that's not a certain goal from Collingwood is Mason Redmond's work rate. He has been a huge positive of this season for the Bombers. Very happy they got his signature.
He's been a very, very good player.
Talking about the most improved player in the league, and Michael from Wyndham Vale. Great commentary as usual, guys. I want to put another nomination in for Cole Langford, especially because in the pre-season he was not trained as a forward and he's come out and kicked 50 goals. The Bombers have worked it up the high half forward. Nick Bryan takes a nice mark, one-on-one with Frampton, the two big blondies. As Bryan gets up, kicks to centre half forward, and there's his fellow big man, Andrew Phillips. Centre half forward, 45 out.
Well, it's good play. This is against Cox, but I cannot fault Cox because he stayed with him. He didn't get locked into, I'm going to drop back to the goal square. So it's just that it was a good kick and it was a good lead.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And Phillips doing what a ruckman should do. Cox desperate to get the long down the line, want to be the spare, but just kept him in that dangerous part of the ground.
Essendon really switched on. There's no one in the goal square whatsoever.
In his final game, Andrew Phillips on the set shot, goalward, punt right end, fades to the left of behind. 4 years with the Giants, 4 at Carlton, 4 at Essendon, and after 12 seasons, the 32-year-old is hanging them up tonight.
How many goals did he kick, Corby?
28.
That's not bad.
Oh, what a kick from him.
Howe goes up the middle, mark taken by Markov.
Did you have him at Carlton? Do you overlap?
No.
Markov gives it off to Mitchell. Handball out to Hoskin Elliott on the southern wing. Handball to Goey. Merritt tackles him. Handball away to Markov. Handball back to Mitchell. He'll kick the Pies forward to the wing. Wide out. Side bottom. Chips it over the top. Swats up Crisp. Little 10-metre kick. Not the required distance. Straight to McRae. Gives it back to Crisp. He'll load up and go long to full forward. Massive pack forms. Zerk Thatcher fists it away. Comes down at the front of the pack. Laverty away to Perkins, and a clearing kick for Essendon. It'll likely come back in. Hoskin Elliott marks.
It's come back all right, Benny. The great setup by Pies.
Hoskin Elliott kicks looking for Dacos. Goes with a bit of body. There's a free kick. Shepherded his opponent out illegally, said the umpire, and Nick Martin will get it. Defensive art.
And you know, Dacos knows it. He's just run it. He runs back to take out the short option. Fantastic play by Dacos. Could have easily argued with the umpire.
This game's a wrap as it was early on. Collingwood kicked the first 11 goals. They lead it by 10 at the moment. 60 points. The margin Collingwood's way. Essendon try out the fat side on the southern side of the ground. Nick Bryan's hand pass knocked down. Side bottom ends up with it. Bryan tackles him. The ball up on that southern wing. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, we joked about it at quarter time that the crowd, this enormous MCG crowd, might thin out. I think the reason they're staying is for Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody. Brad Scott said he's can't think of a more popular Essendon player with the supporter base, and they're probably just hanging around to see him.
Harris driving the Dons long to full forward. Howard, great defensive effort. Brings it down, stops Phillips from marking, and the Pies are there through Noble. Handball away to Adams, slips over. Handball to Mitchell. Handball to Maynard. Maynard will run beyond the defensive arc and chip it short to Markov.
Markov is off and running. Takes a bounce. Kicks to half forward. There's Pemberbury. Went out it alone. His direct opponent, Redmond, slipped over. Pemberbury tackled by Redmond. Ball comes out. Says play on. Nick Cox, hand pass to Heppel. Short kick to McGrath. At half-back for the Bombers. Heads along the boundary line to Martin. Goes up one-handed. Can't complete the mark. Hits the deck. Follows up. Hand pass away to McGrath. Just the one goal in this quarter through 23 and a half minutes. And that was a goal to Bobby Hill. Hand pass from to Cox, and then he kicks that nick across the back end of the edge of the centre square to Bryan. Hand pass down the wing to Durham. It's not pretty, but the Bombers have got it down to half forward. Here's Sardis. Hand pass to Langford. Running out of room. Cole Langford. Hand pass to Durham. Went through the wickets. Nutmegged him as he runs back after it. And there's a pack which forms behind him. And the umpire says, I'll have it. A ball up 35 metres out from the Essendon goal at the punt road end.
Look at Corby. He's been watching the Women's World Cup. Nutmegged.
Well, it was.
Cox wins the tap down. Straight to Snelling. Pulls the trigger on goal and misses. Across the face. Minor score.
Is it get a hit out for that as well? Just grabs it out of the ruck and off he goes.
Yeah, great tap down. Collingwood would be disappointed with that play because it was a nothing stoppage.
A kick out from Maynard, the acting skipper. About Darcy Moore goes long to half-back and Cameron palms it down straight to Crisp, who's tackled. Jack Crisp, by the way, I mentioned earlier, 211th consecutive game, so only Adam Uze and Jim Steins ahead of him on the all-time record. Steins 244, Uze 226. So he's within reach if he can get through the final series and on to next season. In the middle of the ground.
Oh, well played.
To Goey, there's the foot skill. Sockers to his own advantage once, twice. Now to Ginnivan's advantage. Coathanger in the tackle up by
he's
Rose.
paid this one.
Free kick. Ginnivan taken high, centre half forward in the Redmond tackle.
Oh, yeah. No, that's there.
Yeah, good this is the best umpire in the competition.
Yeah.
Brett Rosebery. He's picked it.
Ooh. He's absolutely ripped his head off and then gave him more on the boundary line. Craig McRae celebrating on the bench.
You could just lip read him as he turned around, held one finger up saying, look, we got one. It's a free kick for a high tackle of Jack Ginnivan.
Well, I don't know what they're shaking their head for. He played the ball, got grabbed around the neck.
He hasn't got on for 2 years after his breakout showing on Anzac Day last year. Jack Ginnivan with 5 against the Dons on that occasion. For his third tonight, true centre half forward. He's that guy. Jack Ginnivan brings the Magpie Army to their feet. The third for Guinea. He's trying to make his way to the bench and he's met by every single Collingwood teammate. And in the end, he's staying out there. 14-3-87 Collingwood. Essendon 2-10. 22, 27 goal in the third quarter.
Well, don't worry about it, Essendon fans. At his high contact, Mason Redmond rips his head off first of all. And even if you want to argue to the cows come home about whether or not he dipped a little bit, the fact that after the tackle, Mason Redmond's then basically smacked him in the face is also high contact.
Yeah.
So perhaps let's stop the booing or the carry on and think that's not a free kick. That is high contact every single day of the week. A nice finish by Jack Ginnivan.
Not too sure about the coach on the bench doing that. Honestly.
You never done that cheer for a free kick?
I'm just not sure. I just think what you do is you end up baiting your player up and that sort of stuff. Anyway, he's only a second-year coach, so and has done very, very well.
Secondary ball up in the middle. Umpire puts it aloft. Cox slapping it down. Mitchell handballing over his shoulder. And that will be it for the third term. It was a better showing by Essendon, but still, there was 2-0 in the third term. They've kicked the last 3 of the match. All of that after they kicked the opening 11. And it has been all black and white. Collingwood leading by 65 points at the final change. 14-3-87 plays 2-10-22. The goal kickers, Myercheck with 3, Ginnivan with 3, Jamie Elliott, who's been subbed out of the game with a corky, with a couple, Lipinski, De Goey, Mitchell, Josh Dacos, the only Dacos out there, Scott Pendlebury and Hill with singles, while for Essendon it's very simple, only 2, Langford and Wiedemann.
Equal game high, 65 points at three-quarter time. So just to elaborate on that, Mick, so the fear is, Ginnivan feels like he's getting judged harshly by the umpires, and what the reaction from the coach basically plays into the narrative that, look, you're getting a hard deal out there.
Well, I think so. So just for those that are at home listening to us, so the free kick was there. Ginnivan picks the football. He's been very good, Ginnivan. I like the way he plays the team man. Picks the ball up, gets grabbed high, goes to ground, cops another one over the face. Accident. We'll call it accidental for the sake. So there's 2 free.
I won't.
So there's 2 free kicks there. Craig McRae turns and throws both hands in the air to say he got, and then points, he got one. I think what you end up doing there, you're declaring that you don't think he's getting enough free kicks or hasn't had free kicks. Look, I work the opposite to some coaches. Expressionless as best you can. Don't never humiliate the opposition. And not Craig McRae has done that. Don't think for one moment that he's humiliated. But you don't. No matter how far you're in front, no matter how far you're behind, yes, you get angry, or you get very happy with yourself being a long way in front. But you don't show it. Let the players play with their emotions. But that there, to me, all it does is signify, we don't think he gets enough free kicks.
Yep.
Pretty tough.
The thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment. Pies by 65 points. The SMS, the Stan from Victoria. Hi team, enjoying the call. Nice to hear Corbin and Ben together. Thank you, Stan. Appreciate that. Go the Pies. And from Fran in Melbourne, I don't like the way that the Pies are playing. Sure, the Pies are winning, but they are playing a mediocre side. They need a big improvement coming to the finals. What do you think, Mick and Lingy? We'll get to them in about 30 seconds' time on ABC Radio and through the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC Listen.
The police say they can't be sure the 2 fires are linked.
A number of anti-Asian posters have been...
admit the coincidence is highly suspicious.
I was only 8 when my family was targeted as part of a series of terror attacks.
Join Crispy and Chan on this deeply personal investigation.
I need to know exactly how it happened and what they'd say now if I found them.
Firebomb, the new series of the Unravel True Crime podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Here they go, downhill, down Bobby Hill. He marks the Ginnivan kick, runs inside 50, 2 bounces, slams through another.
Well, I've seen too much of that tonight from Essendon. That look up, and it's a rush kick across the body when they've got evened off on the forward line. They just don't back their own forwards. I'd hate to be a forward at Essendon, honestly.
Jack Ginnivan, for his third tonight, true centre-half forward. He's that guy. Jack Ginnivan brings the Magpie Army to their feet.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Collingwood surging towards their first minor premiership in a dozen years. 2011 the last time they did that. Mick Malthouse was the coach. He's alongside Cameron Ling on Grandstand AFL.
Well, that quarter, Mick, it's hard to... Collingwood were okay and did enough, and their 2 goals they kicked in that quarter was through skill and getting out the back and some dangerous play. But I'd probably say Essendon had the slightly better quarter. Again, I'm not going to start raving about them, but they were goalless. They kicked 0 goals, 6 in that term. So, I mean, it's hard to get excited about either team in that particular quarter. Lots and lots of possessions for Essendon.
You're seeing possessions, Lingy, but the same meterage, almost identical, and yet they had 30 more possessions or 20-odd more possessions.
Yeah, so Zach Merritt had 10 touches and Heppel 9 and these types of players. But it was a little bit nothingy again. Yeah. And it's hard when you're down by 10 goals at half-time. You know the game's gone. You know your season's over just to get going. But there was still so many errors and little mistakes. I don't think Craig McRae would be really wrapped with that quarter from Collingwood because it was... I think it's now about trying to still maintain good habits.
Yeah.
To take into a 2-week training block heading into your first final. You
Absolutely.
still want those habits there.
Yeah. And we saw flashes of it with that beautiful run through the middle and completely opened up the opposition. But again, it flips back to what the opposition were able to do. It was like a wet paper bag. They just broke straight through it. And when they broke through it, and particularly their tackling, Essendon's tackling has been really, really poor. Collingwood have stood up in their tackles and actually broken through, whereas Essendon on the other side, when they looked like they're going to get through, I remember the first 2 tackles that quarter, one was by Quaynar, and the other one was by DeGoey, and they just stuck.
Yeah.
And the Essendon player had to get rid of the ball, whereas Collingwood players, they stand up in it, they break it, and they're able to go. So, but the resistance, you can only play as well as your opposition lets you, but that would be a disappointing quarter in terms of, yep, they had a few more inside 50s, but they scored 2 goals, Collingwood. Essendon had, I think, 3 set shots and missed a lot of them, so that could have been a plus for Essendon to come away with that quarter. Be interesting to see how they finish off Collingwood, because I'll need that for 2 weeks, really, go into that game.
Half hour left in Essendon season and a half hour before a minor premiership for Collingwood and everything that it's got to offer thereafter. Restart back in the middle to enter the final term. DeGoey goes bursting out of the middle. Ugly kick. Floats out to Jack Crisp. Jams it on the left boot. High up and under towards the goal line. Right to the line. Trying to jam it through. Myercheck spills into the grasp of McStay. He thinks he's dropped it on his boot and through for a goal right on the line.
I reckon he has.
Yeah, I reckon he has too.
This will be checked upstairs. You can be sure of that after last weekend. And we're going for our first trip to the Arc tonight.
Well, it won't make a difference. I'll get it wrong. But if you have a look, this will be his second kick for the game.
So here we go. Soft callers are behind.
Oh, how?
Oh, off the Essendon's heel, is it? Essendon plays heel.
Thatcher is right in the middle of the goal line, and the question is,
that's a goal.
It's got to be a goal. It's got to be a goal.
So we need the Arc to overturn a behind into a goal. Who'd have thought after last weekend, have they done it successfully here? Soft calls are behind. Looks like it's a goal. McStay a metre out, jams on his boot. Umpire says full points, a goal. And our first successful review of the weekend with the beefed up Arc. The second supervisor is coming for the final series the AFL have announced. So a goal for McStay, new game high in the match, Collingwood by 71.
Yeah, and it's only his second kick for the game. He hasn't really been... I think they've had 10 goal kickers, which is a real bonus to Collingwood. If you kick 15 goals, had 10 goal kickers, that's a great spread.
I've been watching him, Nick, with the pack stuff. He doesn't seem to have that spring.
Jump
at it. No. But I think he's important for
he has to
their
play.
finals
He has to play.
As the second ruckman, I think perhaps Mason Cox misses.
So one of these blokes is going to miss out. Cox has got to miss out.
Yeah.
Well, who come? So McCready will come in. So they might be able to keep Hill and Ginnivan in the side.
McStay may well play against his former side in a big final later on this season. A secondary ball up in the middle.
So Murphy will come back. So Frampton is probably the one who comes in for him. So he's the other one as to how they rejig things.
Collingwood with the footy after winning a free kick. Pendlebury out to Josh Dacos. Kick inside 50. Myercheck hands to it. Spills to Crisp. He'll try and pull a kick. Kicks it straight into Finn McRae. And he goes back after it defensively, and we'll see it out.
So just to make that very clear, so the 3 M's ought to come back in. Moore, Murphy, McCreary.
2 backs.
Yes.
2 backs and a half forward.
So they're the 3 spots they need to find. And Nick Dacos, we learnt earlier tonight, won't be back for the qualifying final.
Umpire spins it in. Left forward pocket here for the Pies. Cox backhands it down. Spills to Phillips. Just whacks it out of there for Essendon. Tumbling a kick to the wing. Quaynor going after it. We'll get a shepherd from Maynard and have plenty of time to stop prop and kick to Josh Dacos.
See, I'd love playing
in front of the interchange gates.
I'd love to play with Braden Maynard.
Yeah.
He just does everything he can for the team.
Raging bull.
Oh, yeah.
He's a raging bull.
He's about to play his first final series in the number 4 after a number change in the off-season. Went from 37 to number 4 because it was the number he wore as a kid and his favourite number, and he said, if it ever comes available, I want to change. So at 25 years of age and all those games at number 37, he thought, I'm changing. And so he has. After his first 100 and 61 in the number 37. He's now worn number 4 for his last 21.
That's a very late call. That's a dead set free kick. Oh, there's 50 metres too.
Free kick for Phillips as the kick from Nick Cox ended up on the wing, and Phillips had his arms taken out, and Nick's had a late whistle, but Essendon with the footy and a short pass to Redmond.
Short pass? That was called. I thought it was just a handover.
Just 15, I think, Nick, there in front of the bench. Collingwood by 71.
Playing good tonight, Redmond. He'll kick Essendon to half forward. Fisted away by Frampton. Out the back it goes. Quaynor to Pendlebury. Pies in their back pocket. Handball to the boundary. And Durham in front of Maynard sees it out for a throw-in. Close to the boot of Durham. Collingwood by 71. The first 11 goals of the game. Essendon kicked the next 2. They've kicked the last 4 Collingwood. Phillips works to the front. Knocks it down. De Goey coming through. Onto the footy. Squeezes a kick towards Lipinski.
Oh, good grab.
He goes up and marks really well under pressure.
92nd game for Pat Lipinski. Long kick across the half-back line.
Look at Markov work. Sorry, Corbs.
To Ginnivan, who chips down the wing. Markov
didn't go to him.
Roaring down that wing, but as you said, ignored. So Essendon win it back. Martin, hand pass away to Hobbs. Kicks in the middle of the G for Sammy Durham.
And he's got all the time in the world to kick this.
Durham goes long. Here's McDonald, Tippenwoody standing behind Frampton and in from the side. Mark to Wiedemann as he looks at McDonald, Tippenwoody, a metre in front of him, and thought, we're going to feed it to him here and give him a little handball, and decided against it as Collingwood quickly closed that down, and Wiedemann will have the set shot 20 out just left of centre.
The reason why I said that, they were so slow in the middle. They got an easy ball through the middle, and it was almost like my first instinct, I'm going to go to the wing before I start playing this. Then he realised he had 20 metres clear and got the ball in quickly.
And one of the most famous numbers at Essendon, a number 10 on his back. And Wiedemann goes back, pokes it through, and kicks Essendon's 3rd of the night. 6 minutes into the final quarter. 3:10 to 15-3. Second for Wiedemann, so gives them just 2 goal kickers so far tonight. We're 6 minutes into the final term. Collingwood 15-3-93, Essendon 3-10-28. And the man who made that number famous, John Coleman, he would be filthy to hear that an Essendon team's only kicked 3 goals 10 minutes into the final term.
Well, can I just say that John Coleman in 1954, round 7, kicked 14 goals against Fitzroy. In 1952, he kicked 13 against Geelong. The next nearest was Matthew Lloyd, kicked 13 against Sydney, and then John Coleman again kicked 13 in 1952. So he was a fair player, that John Coleman.
Yeah, and the rest of it, this team tonight, unfortunately, only 3 between them.
Yeah, it would be almost their lowest score against Collingwood.
The percentage is now under 90.
We mentioned that at the start of the game. Darcy Cameron taken out. Phillips wants a free kick. Essendon come away with it. Onto it, Hobbs shovels out a handball at half forward. Merritt flings a handball inside 50. The Pies are there though. Bounces away. Perkins for Essendon. Handball away to Martin, to Hobbs. Back to Merritt. Kicks into the pocket. Not a great kick. Coming out Menzie. Away to Martin. Spins out of trouble. Into more trouble. Gets it back to Menzie. Kicks around the boundary. A bullet-like pass. Wiedemann can't mark it. Has time to handball infield. McDonald, Tippenwoody applying pressure. Collingwood trying to work it out. And eventually they do. Mitchell to Hoskin Elliott to Pendlebury. Always has time. And now Markov. Fleet of footy runs away.
He kicks out to the wing. Bobby Hill out there. His opponent in Dirk Thatcher went over the top. Hill chasing the footy. Tangles with Redmond. Hill goes in, tries to win it back. Jumps on the footy. He's tackled and a ball up. 70 out from the Collingwood goal.
Like not get away. That was holding the ball. He went to ground and reached out and pulled that ball in. Should have been Hill's free kick.
Does Markov play in the quality?
Oh, he has to.
Yep,
He's a great, very good runner.
Good story. No leg Markov. Brian winning the tap down, but straight to Mitchell. Away to McRae. Away to Cameron. Kicks inside 50. Laverty. What was mark for the Dons?
And what I was saying before about the tackles, Essendon had every opportunity to make a tackle down on that forward line and could not hold a Collingwood player up. So it's just brilliant play by the Pies.
If Markov does play, it'll be his first final. So he spent 5 years at Richmond between 2016 and 2020, but didn't manage to play in any of those final series. As the kick out to half-back to Nick Cox. He goes down the wing looking for Cole Langford. No mark. Spills through to Quaynor of Collingwood. They keep it in their front half. Hand pass to Howe. Handball away to Hoskin Elliott on the boundary line. Kicks to half forward. Zerk Thatcher knocks it away from Ginnivan. And a boundary throw in 45 out from the Pies goal.
Yeah, and I think that Markov run from half-back, run on the wing, just the versatility of his ability to get across the ground, especially come September when those types of players are so important.
He's been the sub 2 of the last 6 games, Markov. Boundary throw in here. Quick hurried kick forward from the Bombers. Lands at the drop for Ben Hobbs, who's covered in the paint from the forward 50. Gets a hand pass back into dispute. Now he becomes tackler, trying to lock up Lipinski. Up lets them roll. Still 50 out from the Essendon goal. There's a push. In fact, from the Collingwood goal, my apologies, it's DeGoey who pushes Parrish in the back. And the Essendon number 3. Is it the last time he wears an Essendon jumper tonight? Darcy Parrish, the off-contract midfielder. He's got it at half-back for the Dons.
He'll kick out to the wing, looking for Bryan up in front of Cameron. Can't take the mark. Cameron follows up at ground level. Spits out to Perkins. He's tackled by Quaynor. Handball away to Bryant. Handball to Hobbs. Handball straight into trouble for Redmond. And holding the ball or a throw. And Collingwood emerge with the footy on the southern wing. Noble to DeGoey. Away to Lipinski. Looks towards full forward. Trying to get it to Ginnivan. The Dons get in the way. Cox is there. There's a free kick. And Essendon will take the advantage. Cox kicking to the wing for Langford.
Langford in a one-on-one with Markov. Markov stays in front, wins the battle. Hand pass for Collingwood to high half forward. Myercheck, short kick to Adams. He goes between the legs of Laverty. Hand pass away to Lipinski. Gives it by hand to Myercheck. Floats a kick to the opposite pocket. McStay can't mark. Wins it on the bounce. Hand pass inboard to Hill. He's tackled, dispossessed. Paddles it away to Hoskin Elliott. 40 out. Hurried kick off balance right to the behind line. And Nick Cox knocks it through. And a behind for Collingwood. They lead by 66. 11 goals, the lead for the Pies, 11 gone in the last.
You can see the way Markov's finishing off this game, though, Corbs. He's asking himself the same question you just asked us.
Yep.
He's still playing at 100% intensity because he knows, or in his mind, with that doubt and not having played finals or locked his spot away, he's like, I'm going to make sure Craig McRae picks me in that first final.
Martin receives the kick in. Left half back for Essendon. Kicks up to the southern wing. Redmond under pressure, can't take the mark. Throw in.
Bobby Hill's done something.
Yeah, he hurt his ankle.
Is it ankle?
Yeah, he hurt his ankle. I'm getting a show, talk about that play. Essendon got the football. They had 5 or 6 players directly within 10 metres of the kicker. So no wonder they can't get the ball forward. They just all want that spongy little 15-metre kick.
Essendon win it from the contest towards half forward, but the Pies get it back. Quaynor away to Pendlebury to Mitchell, back to Pendlebury. Kick towards half forward, looking for Hill. He's back upright after that ankle issue, and Hobbs roving the pack, wins it for Essendon. Kicks laterally to Merritt.
Zach Merritt looks for Sammy Durham. Plenty of hang time in the kick. Durham does really well. Takes the juggled mark.
It's like Jonty Rhodes there.
Yeah, leapt up, got a hand on it, and completed the mark as he came to ground and swings the kick wide to Heppel.
Jonty Rhodes, that's a blast from the past. What a fielder.
Favourite of mine, Jonty.
Yeah.
I love him.
Just you like his name, Jonty.
I like the Superman run out. Remember when he dived into the stumps full length?
Here we go. Here we go. Build up some stats here.
Heppel going on next year, re-signed for 2024, the 31-year-old to play on. The short kicking game here ends up with Hind and Laverty, and long kick out to Nick Cox, who marks and plays on, gives it to Merritt. He's off and running. The favourite for Essendon's B&F kicks down to half forward, and Satterfield marks right on the paint of the 50. He rolls and immediately looks goalward. Kicks to the goal square. 2 Bombers down there. Langford hands to it. Can't complete the mark. Langford has a second go. Tackled, dispossessed. Goal-saving effort deep in defence from Darcy Cameron. And Collingwood come up with it. As Quaynor heads out to Mitchell, who marks at half-back for Collingwood. Pies by 11 goals. 13 gone in the final term.
And that difference, the opening 11 goals of the game, which Collingwood kicked as Quaynor sends it to left half-back. On the bounce, side bottom gathers, chips it short to Markov.
So it's a good problem for Craig McRae to have. Just get you to have a think about the guys that might be the unlucky ones. Who would he be looking at on the back end to make room for the McCreary, Moore and Murphy?
Markov's kick, a turnover, and Laverty intercept marks at half-back for Essendon.
Corbin Middlemass and Ben Cameron calling the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Radio. The start of round 24. The end of Essendon's season tonight, their last quarter of the year, as Redmond feeds it to Sardis. His kick is shocker. Turns it straight over to Sidebottom, who marks on the wing.
Field kicking has been Second class.
Goes inboard to Mitchell. Mitchell back out to Maynard. Maynard short kick to Dacos. 13.5 gone, final term.
Well, Tipping Woody hasn't scored, has he? I don't think he has, so... I'm
not sure he's touched the footy.
No, he hasn't touched it too often.
Maynard on the wing, heads down to half forward. Mason Cox, the tall target, he reaches up. The Collingwood 7-footer pulls it down. He's about 55 out left half forward.
Got to hold on to the ball, make sure he gets plenty of camera time.
The lights do burn bright as he kicks it out in front of Myercheck, who marks left forward pocket, 30 from home.
I'll tell you what, that was a beautiful kick.
It was a beautiful kick. I was nearly going to keep going on him because when he took the mark, he ignored about 3 runners going past him. But in the end, he delivered well, got it to Myercheck.
The guy that grew up playing a sport with a foot violation in Mason Cox and basketball, he's an amazing kick, the oval-shaped footy. As Brodie Myercheck, his drop punt fades across the face and misses to the far side. They're behind Collingwood by 67, new game high, 15 gone final term, but after the goal-scoring binge in the first half, it's slowed up in the second, 3-1 after half-time Collingwood's way.
I'm trying to generate some run. A 1-2 with McGrath and a kick up to the wing for Essendon. Durham bursting onto the footy. Releases McDonald, Tippin Woody. Gets around his man. Takes a bounce. Has to deal with Maynard, and then we'll kick inside, attacking 50. Langford hands to it, doesn't mark. Pulls his kick for Essendon. Back towards full forward. Hoskin Elliott, desperate getting back. Punches it away. And a throw in the left forward pocket for Essendon. Pies by 67. McDonald, Tippin Woody. At least giving the fans something. And cheered him on as he got it in front of the members' wing. Throwing left forward pocket here for the Dons.
From the throw-in, Mason Cox wins it down to Mitchell. The Magpies defensive 50, gives it to Goey. Hand pass to Pendlebury, kicks to centre-half back. Myercheck leaves it behind. Merritt knocks it on towards Heppel of the Bombers. Hand pass to Hobbs. He's tackled, dispossessed. Myercheck got him on the footy. Tumbles a kick to centre-half forward, and playing in front, McGrath intercepts for Essendon. Heads to Laverty alongside the centre circles. Hand pass to Hobbs. Feeds it to Merritt. Puts it inside the forward arc. Parrish dropped it cold. Hand pass away to centre field. Handball to Durham. He fumbles and kicks into the man on the mark. And Howe just trying to knock it through. Can't clear it. Langford chucks it on the boot, and Howe's goal saved it with the smother.
I'm going to see Tommy, my grandson, play final on Sunday. I'm hoping it's better than this.
In the under-11s. Some of the skills will be better.
That is error-riddled, and the amount of gilt-edged chances that both teams had there was a heap of them not to be. Collingwood by 66.
All players were at 6s and 7s for a moment there, but able to work it out.
Under 6s or 7s, or just 6s and 7s?
Pies chipping it around inside their defensive 50, and Lipinski on the end of it. Pendlebury away to Frampton. Lipinski, and then he goes short to Quaynor. 66 points. Collingwood's advantage. They kick the opening 11 goals of the game. Quaynor long up to the wing. Big Mason Cox in front.
He's putting himself in a position of playing in a couple of weeks, you know. I know that's silly what he did then, but his marking capability can worry sides. Who they look like playing, Melbourne or Brisbane, or maybe Port. So they'll play one of those sides. Port Adelaide can't go with them in the air.
Nick, you know I don't like to disagree with you too much, but Mason Cox has taken 2 marks for the night, all in the last 4 minutes.
And McStay, how many has he taken?
Yeah, true, that's fair.
No, I just trying to counter you.
Through the defensive arc, Laverty to Hind. So who are the players we're circling as we're a little worried about?
Well, unfortunately, Finn McRae will be one. For me, Mason Cox is another.
Yep.
And then there's a bit of debate around what you want to go with on the third one.
Is Sardis again? Just miskicks one.
Just a shocking kick.
Yeah, out to Heppel. Hand pass comes back inboard to Martin, so the Bombers head down to half forward. Bryan the target. Oh, he's bowled over the front on contact from Maynard. And a free kick going to Nick Bryan at half forward. So a couple of those other names
The question is, do you go one of the smalls, either Hill or Ginnivan as a sub, or does Frampton come out, but then you worry you're leaving yourself a bit too short?
As Bryant lays it up, Hobbs, the only one who flew. The second-year Don rips it down. And he'll have a set shot here, 25 out straight in front.
It's interesting, isn't it? It may well depend on who they play, Lingy, see what sort of side, because you've got to test. The game's going to be here. Yep. So if it's Melbourne, well, it's a home ground to both. If it's Brisbane or Port.
In he comes, Ben Hobbs, the 19-year-old, and that's a shocking finish. He's had a superb second year, but that's not his best effort. He sprays the kick there, and his foot skills tonight have let him down as he rubs his hair. And
you and I, Corbs, love our NFL. Is there any chance everyone can just kneel down and just let the clock run out?
Yeah.
Like the quarterbacks do at the end of the
same thing. Just look at the clock and think, God, we're to go for another 6 or 7 minutes.
Collingwood by 65, 19 and a half gone in the last.
McGrath sending Essendon inside 50. Snelling roving, gives it off to Merritt. His snap tumbles wide. Through for a behind. Collingwood by 64 points. Noble with the kick in short to Howe. What about Hoskin Elliott?
Oh, you might be, it's interesting about Hoskin Elliott. So what does he actually, I know he's a multi-position, but where does he play his best footy? Maybe these other players play better than he does in those positions. McCready, certainly.
Noble in the back pocket. Drives it long out to the southern side of the ground. Jack Thatcher puts a big fist through it. Close to the boundary line and then slapped on cleverly by Cameron. Away go the Pies through Hill. Handball out in front of himself. Merritt with a little bump. And the handball will go out. Merritt throws the ball into the back of Bobby Hill.
And that's illegal. I mean, that's what they call the old time wasting.
You've either got to just leave the ball back where the boundary line is or hand it to the umpire.
Exactly.
Collingwood by 64.
Even the umps are thinking, look, it's late in the game.
Yeah.
We're really going to make a decision there. Let's just chuck it in and let the seconds tick off the clock. Essendon season coming to an end. They're going to finish at 11 and 12. And for Collingwood, they just want to... They always talk about playing the minutes, but they just want to play them out here and make sure they get there with full health to the qualifying final, which we expect to be a fortnight from tonight on the Friday night as the number 1 seed. A long kick from Essendon inside the forward arc. It's punched away, and Pendlebury on the back flank for the Magpies sends a hand pass out wide to Frampton. He kicks down the southern boundary line. In the box seat is Nick Cox. Hands to it. No mark. It's out of play. And a boundary throw in southern wing. Pies by 64. 21 gone in the last. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, you can see the Collingwood runner just coming back now. Craig McRae was very animated with him, and you can see he's on the bench animated as well. That runner has been out there for good 30 or 40 seconds. He's been to every player, so I'm not sure what the message would be. But he's been to every player passing this message on, so just an observation.
He keeps pointing down to the forward line. I reckon he wants them to reset their forward line and stop just living back behind. Get someone to kick the ball to.
Mitchell kicks towards Cox. He juggles the mark, Big Mason. Attacking edge of the square for the Pies. Kicks out in front of Myercheck. Getting back, Durham gets a hand on it. Hill gathers in the pocket for the Pies. Kicks straight back to Durham. Essendon with it. Snelling to Zerk Thatcher. Under pressure from Dacos. Spills to Lipinski. Collingwood back on it. Crisp retreats with the handball to Noble. He'll kick laterally and spot up Darcy Cameron. The two rucks were queuing up. And he marks on his chest as he goes to ground.
Well, again, I'll point this out if you're not watching. Essendon had 6 or 7 times chances to move that ball out of the back 50 by foot. Elected the hand pass because of the panic. And as Collingwood have done all year, they sweat on that last mistake. And there's the consequence. 2 big blokes raffling it 45 metres out.
Kicked the goal last week. Darcy Cameron looking for his 50th goal in AFL footy from right on the 50. To put a little cherry on top for the Pies. It's gone right to the line. I think it's there. We'll get a check in the arc. Oh, possibly touched right on the line.
Oh, soft call's a goal.
Soft call is a goal.
We've had one overturned so far tonight.
And I think that one is going to stand as a goal.
It's there. So Darcy Cameron will get goal number 50 in AFL footy, and Collingwood will move out to a 70-point advantage. 16-5, 101, plays 3-13-31. Nick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
That's the 11th goal kicker, Lingy. 11th goal kicker. Corby, close your ears. 2 for Essendon. 2 goal kickers.
And it's been the case all year for Collingwood, hasn't it, Mick? The variety of their goal kickers, that keeps the opposition guessing.
Yeah, it does.
Elliott's been on fire late in the year. Myercheck's
kick 3.
Pretty staple. He'll kick you 2 or 3 nearly every single week.
Gideon's kicked 3. Bobby Hill 1.
McCreary can bob up some weeks and kick 1 or 2. They've just got so many options up there. Whatever team they put in, that forward line just functions really well together.
Well, if you look, Lipinski, DeGoey, Elliott kicks 2. Mitchell's kicked a goal. Dacos a goal. Pendlebury a goal.
Having won just one of their last 4 leading in, they put it right tonight, Collingwood, and flush one out before the final series. A week off, and then expected to be here in the Friday night fixture. If you try and play the ladder predictor, the favoured way is against Melbourne for that quali. In 2 weeks' time, Parrish out of the centre, kicks into the forward pocket, close to the boundary line, and Langford's tackled out of bounds by Howe, so we'll have a boundary throw in 30 around from the Essendon goal. Crowd posted at 74,344, and off the SMS, Sean Inara says Darcy Parrish will play at the Gold Coast next year. Gee, there's a team I haven't heard linked to Darcy Parrish as yet.
I don't think they have either.
Why would they want him with Rowell and Anderson and Miller? They've got a terrific young midfield.
Dusty Martin. Oh, sorry, hasn't been announced yet.
Cox wins it down. McRae for Collingwood, hand pass to Noble, kicks out of the defensive 50, up to the wing, and stays alive. There's Nick Martins there for Essendon. Hand pass away to Laverty, drives it back inside 50. Mason Cox takes the juggled mark, half back for Collingwood. Pies by 70. 25 and a half gone final turn.
I'm really trying to work out who's going to come in for him. McCreary's got to come in, no doubt. And Moore and Murphy.
Yep.
Cox sends a kick to the wing. Coming up, Redmond. Got a mark for Essendon. Beneath the great southern stand. Leading by 70 points, Collingwood. Redmond drives the Dons inside 50. Massive pack offense. Now at the back in the back pocket. Gives it to Maynard. Kicks to the opposite pocket. Bobby Hill with a little bit of trouble picking it up. Now he'll dribble a kick beyond defensive 50, and Mitchell's there for the Pies.
Mitchell looks down the wing. Mark off the target. Spoiled away by Nick Martin. Paddles it out in front of him. He goes to ground. Hand pass to Menzies. Coughs it up. And Bobby Hill's at half-back for Collingwood. He retreats. A short pass to Crisp.
I'd love to see the turnover rate of Essendon. Not even scores. Just the turnover rate of the hand pass going to Collingwood.
Jamie Elliott got a corky in the first half, but really that was all precautionary. He was taken out at half-time, and Finn McRae with a run around in the second half. Long kick down the wing. Comes to Mitchell. He's tackled. Got a hand pass out. And McGrath wins the footy for Essendon. He pokes the pass short, trying to find Durham. Broken up by Markov. It's out of play. And we'll have a boundary throw in front of the Collingwood bench.
Well done, Markov. That was directly in front of your coach.
Playing hungry, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That's what you got to do.
Well, I reckon Cox is playing hungry because he realises it's a line ball too.
The Collingwood chant ringing out around the G. Going to win their 20th minor premiership. And they've got bigger fish to fry. Durham with a clear and kick towards half forward. Markov getting back. He takes the defensive mark for the Pies. He'll kick back to Jeremy Howe. And he's able to mark and look out towards the southern wing for Collingwood.
Finds Hoskett Elliott. He chips it short to Noble. Last few ticks of the clock. And the Pies qualify in pole position. Number 1, front of the grid. A first minor premiership in 12 years.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk
in the finish by 47 at quarter time. They kicked the first 11 goals of the match, led by 58 at half-time, 65 at three-quarter time, and 70 points in the finish. 11 different goal kickers. Myercheck and Ginnivan kicked 3 each. Jamie Elliott kicked 2. Got a corky in the first half, sat out the second. Meanwhile, for Essendon, it couldn't end soon enough. 2 of their 3 heaviest defeats come in the last 2 weeks of the season. Pies by 70.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades shout. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
The rest of the band, singles to Lipinski, DeGoey, Mitchell, Dacos, Pendlebury, McStay, Cameron and Hill. Meanwhile for Essendon, this is quick rating, 2 for Wiedemann, 1 for Langford. That's it. 3 goals for Essendon, 3-13-31. Collingwood prevails 16-5, 101 in front of almost 75,000. And Craig McRae is coaching the best team in footy, 18-5, after a preliminary final exit last year in heartbreaking fashion at the SCG. They start their second final series under their second-year coach as the number 1 seed. The Bombers are done. Their season ends at 11-12. Decisions to be made for Darcy Parish and for Brandon Zerk-Thatcher, 2 of their off-contract players in their best 22, but with a few question marks for the Bombers, particularly after their last fortnight. McDonald, Tipungwuti and Phillips both finishing up. We'll see them farewell in a few moments' time. But it was one-way traffic, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. And Lingy, it must be said, as well forecast by you, it was pretty one-sided.
It was very one-sided. Well done to Collingwood. We'll focus on the team that matters most because they're the ones who are finals bound, top position on the ladder. They did what they had to do. They were superb early, just ruthless and hard in the first quarter in particular, in the second quarter as well. And then, yeah, it was a bit of a nothing second half, but that's the way it goes. When you know you've got a game won, you know you've got bigger fish to fry, and they just did a superb job, Collingwood, early on to put that one to bed, Mick. And a lot of their key players were good early. Jordan DeGoey, excellent. Josh Dacos, excellent. Brody Myercheck up forward, excellent. They all worked really well together, and they did the job they had to do. The Bombers basically gave nothing, but Collingwood nailed it. They're top of the ladder, and they head into a qualifying final in a great spot to win their first premiership since 2010.
Yeah, well done, Lingy. That's spot on. It's there's headaches now, the right sort of headaches for Craig McRae, because he would have inked in his side a week ago for the finals, and tonight would have been thinking, okay, we know that there's probably going to be minimum, well, there'd be probably 3 changes to this side. Now my headache is, who do I leave out? Because one's the captain, the other one is Mr. Reliable that backs up the captain unbelievably in Murphy, and the other one is a tackling machine. They've got Maynard on a half-back flank, and they've got McCready on a half-forward flank. That between them, you wouldn't want to get caught in the middle of them, because they'll just rip you in half, because they are that desperate to make things happen. So who are the 3? That's the big interest now.
They are both just hungry and hard, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
But we've seen Guard of Honours become a real thing in the competition in recent times, and the Collingwood players who are just doing a little post-match interview, that's going to be cut short as Tom Mitchell now runs to join the rest of his team, and there will be a Guard of Honour for Anthony McDonald, Tipungwuti. So 133rd and final game. First match since round 11 as he comes in as the tactical sub here, and the Pies are going to stand on the opposite side of the Guard of Honour from the Bombers. And now Anthony McDonald, Tipungwuti is lifted up, and he's going to be chaired off by Dyson Heppel and Mason Redmond. He's been a cult figure to many Essendon fans. He came along in 2016 when there wasn't a whole lot to cheer about that year with the Essendon 34 band, and provided Essendon supporters with some electric thrills during his career. And after finishing up at the end of the 2021 season, sat out last year, returned. He played just 7 games this season, and now he's done at 133 matches. And Andrew Phillips joins in at the last moment to lead the team off the ground in his 82nd match. So that's it for Phillips. And McDonald, Tipungwuti, Collingwood win the game by 70, and they'll continue to celebrate.
He's a brilliant story, Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, and the way
Absolutely.
what he's done, terrific.
I feel like
Love
there's a
him.
but.
Well, of course, there's a but I don't want to be the negative one who has to bring it down. But what are we doing? What are we doing Guards of Honour for? Like
It's Guards of Honour's
133 games. Like incredible. I love his story. Like no, actually, I don't want to be the damp.
No, Linky, I think we have such a woke audience, not ABC. I'm just talking in general. That nearly you've almost got to acknowledge everything, and I am so totally with you. You acknowledge greatness,
yes.
And I'm talking greatness, and there's a distinct difference between greatness and very good to a good player.
So I always use the example that
his story is. Let me just say, his story is fantastic, but that does not give you a right to think that two sides have to line up and cheer you off.
So the biggest problem with it. So I always talk about one of the most special moments I've witnessed in sport live was the day I was at the WACA ground and Ricky Ponting retired, and the South African team lined up as he walked out the bat for the last time and gave him a Guard of Honour.
Yep.
And you immediately felt like, whoa, this is something special. This is a great of the
That's
game,
why it's got to be. It's got to be special.
That is departing, and both teams stopped to acknowledge it in a way that they wouldn't ordinarily do. If we do it all the time now for every player, when Scott Pendlebury retires or when Buddy Franklin winds up or whatever it is, and that's the way we exit them, the way we exit everybody else, we haven't got anywhere to go.
No.
We haven't got another special level to go to.
That's exactly right.
I agree. Totally agree. Right. It's got to be for real. It's like what the AFL have got with the legends. Look, if that's diluted because we all question who goes in as, and right now, all the legends are legends because we all acknowledge them. It's special. It's a real special to look at them and go, there's Royce Hart, there's Ron Barassi, there's Ian Stewart. What we've done, we've become almost like we have to do it.
Yeah.
It's all, look, someone's retiring. We have to do it. The AFL do a good job on grand final day. Anyone who's retired.
Yep. Get the car around and do it as a group.
But it's some of these greats that retire. Well, I'm with you, Corby. Where do you go? Do you stay at your barrack for a bit longer? Do you clap for a bit longer? Do we get more people in? Yeah, I'm not sold on that. I'm sorry.
The Bombers percentage ends up at 89.7, which you flagged Lingy on the run, so below 90. And I mentioned in the call that two of their heaviest defeats in the last 2 weeks, so 70 points here and, of course, 126 last week. Our focus should be on Collingwood for a good reason. They've won their first minor premiership since 2011, a 70-point win over the Bombers. I'm going to give it to you early here, Hodgie. I think the boys are just about in the rooms.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of people, so you'll hear the noise as we see them. They'll see them and they'll make some noise. There's all sorts of people in the Collingwood rooms. Aussie Test spinner Todd Murphy's in the rooms. And here comes Braden Maynard, the acting captain tonight, leading the Pies in. The minor premiership theirs. Last one was 2011 when Stinkin' Lingy knocked us off, Mick.
Yeah, well, I try to blank it out of my mind, Timmy.
Mason Cox is the
just
last.
Just enjoy liniment sniffing down there, Tommy. Timmy?
Tommy.
Sorry, mate.
Mason Cox, the last of the Magpies in. They'll go silent, and then Steel Side Bottom will lead them off. I'll throw it back to you guys, and Mick, one of your premiership stars from back in 2010, Steel Side Bottom, will join us very soon.
Oh, I've got him again, have I?
Looking forward to chatting to Steel Sidebottom. He's about to enter his 9th final series, so 15th season of AFL footy and a 9th final series for Steel Sidebottom coming up. Got 2 ABC votes, in fact, last time these two teams met on Anzac Day. 74,344 in to see it. Collingwood by 70 points. Off the SMS, an unnamed texter, Waller has had a wonderful career, but where's the selection integrity here? He's not up to AFL standard at the moment. Playing his final game tonight from Henry in Melbourne. If Collingwood play Melbourne, are you playing an extra tall to occupy May and Lever, or an extra small to try and expose them for speed?
No, well, they'll go in with minimum 2 talls.
Yep.
McStay, Myercheck.
And you're saying McStay. Yeah. Well, it's probably got to be McStay. Mind you, it would be a toss-up on tonight's performance between him and Cox. I know what you've said about Cox took 3 marks, and I don't know, McStay probably didn't take too many at all. In fact, he didn't take a mark for a big bloke. Mind you, they've still kicked 101 points.
It's. I mean, the old horses for courses argument. You could go with that extra tall, Cox, and
see, Petty's the bloke that they miss.
Oh, Petty, yeah.
Even though he played in the forward line, they've got to do something. Fritsch will come back in.
Yep.
And McDonald's an alternative, and McDonald can play back. But I would personally be testing their height.
Yep.
Because May, he's going to lock down. Lever's going to try to come off.
That leaves one of Hill or Ginnivan as sub.
Oh, that's a certainty in my book.
And then the other one plays in the starting 22.
Yep. So Cox plays in your team.
If it's against Melbourne, who is the second ruck for Melbourne?
That's a good question.
They've got one, but he's in the VFL.
No, well, and that won't happen, though, Benny.
I know.
So it'll be a mix of Van Rooyen.
And that's why Cox would get my nod, because that bit of ruck work he did down the far end in the forward line, which I think De Goey had a left foot snap at it.
Yeah.
You've got, so one thing, you grind Gawn into the ground by having 2 ruckmen. And if you have a look at what you want to do with, say, Cameron being the better ruckman, you make sure that Cox is rucking against Gawn at some stage and make sure Cameron then rucks against the secondary ruckman, so you get a dominance.
Interestingly, I thought that they would have gone Smith forward and, well, we can get to Melbourne, but I thought they would have gone Smith forward and Tomlinson back, but Tomlinson's now out and Daniel Turner comes in, so they're still making a few changes. Melbourne, Fritsch will also play on Sunday.
I don't think they've got the balance at this. I'm not saying they haven't got it right. They haven't got the balance yet because Fritsch has been out for such a long time. They virtually have to rush him in to get a game under his belt. You'd almost be inclined to, I don't know what sort of workout they've got next Saturday, but again, get him as much football in 2 weeks in a row.
Josh in Braybrook will be pleased to know his thoughts are the same as the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL AFL footy. I think Cox brings something indefinable, even if he's a bit slow and clunky at times. So he was good in the first quarter. It's from Josh, so he too is voting for Mason Cox in his team for that first final. So we expect that to be the qualifying final on the Friday night, which would mean if it is Collingwood Melbourne as it's situated at the moment, it would be a hell of a qualifying final in front of a huge crowd.
Massive. Does that mean the Thursday night's likely to be the Brisbane Port Adelaide?
So I love to have my ear close to the ground, Lingy. The latest little bit of scuttlebutt I heard was that they were actually planning to have Carlton on the Thursday night, and the theory was the Blues would attract an enormous crowd regardless of whenever you play it, and start with an elimination final on the Thursday.
Wow.
Which would be a little surprising. Obviously, last year they started with an elimination final too. I think it was Brisbane-Richmond on the Thursday night in Brisbane.
I know we've probably got to go, but just the issue with that is that gives
the advantage
2 extra days to a team who hasn't finished in the top 4.
It's ridiculous.
So it's more than about the schedule for week 2 than it is for week 1. We can get back to the maths on all that. Collingwood by 70 into the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges.
Steel Sidebottom has been good enough to come over and join us, Corbin. Steel, congratulations. Another minor premiership. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. It's great. I think at the start of the year, all you want to do is qualify for finals. And, we've done that, well, not quite, just after halfway during the year. And then, obviously then you look to top 4. And, for us to be able to finish on top of the ladder is great. But, clearly now's when the good stuff starts.
Has your confidence been knocked a little bit the last month? And did you get exactly what you wanted out of tonight? It was a pretty clinical performance, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I don't think we've lost confidence at all. Our defence probably over the last month hasn't been where it needed to be, and I think they kicked 30 points tonight, so that was a big focus for us, getting our defence right. And I don't think scoring's really ever been an issue for us. It's more going the other way. So to be able to fix that up tonight's pleasing, and it's a great result.
So to win like that, what are the excitement levels for the month ahead, and what's in store for you and your team?
Yeah, it's really exciting. I'm getting old. I found myself, probably in the last 6 weeks, it felt like it dragged out a little bit. And when you do qualify so early, it sort of seems like you just want to get to the final. So, we're here now, just really looking forward to it. We've had a great season, but we still feel like we have more to give. And you're going to see, no matter who pulls the jumper on 23, really eager guys to go out there and perform.
It's great to have Steele for a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs an old mate of yours, Mick Malthouse. Probably has the first question, I think, ahead of Cameron Ling.
Steele, really disappointed about last Saturday. I had Daisy and Peter. Now, where were you?
You must have lost my number, mate.
I don't invite you to a party like that. You invite yourself along with all your team. It wasn't actually, it was last Thursday anyway, mate, so don't worry.
No, it was for all the, I'm still going, it's for all the past players and stuff.
Well, I'll tell you what, they're after you. They're after you, so be careful. They've saved the seat for you.
Go ahead, sorry, mate.
No, well done, Stilo. Just ever reliable. Now, the debate up here is, we know that Moore, Murphy and McCready will come into the side. It's very difficult, but how do you feel about the three going out? I mean, is there? I mean, we speculate a lot. Do you think that they'll decide? I know this is probably in more match committee stuff, but are your horses for courses? If it's Melbourne, Brisbane, or Port, are they all different again, or do you just select what you think has been the best side to play those sides?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I was the coach, I think you just pick the best available, and I think. Like we've been lucky with injury. Obviously we've copped a few late, but I think we've known that it's going to come tight for spots at season end, and there's going to be disappointed guys that miss out. And I think what's important as well for our group is our VFL is still in finals that they play on Sunday. So
right.
I think it's important for our VFL. Hopefully they can get the job done on Sunday against the Tigers. And just, when half the list isn't playing footy, sometimes it can be hard to keep everyone motivated. But I think it's important that, hopefully our VFL can get up and keep everyone, right on top of their game, because as we've seen, injuries can pop up and you just never know when it could be your turn.
And the sides that you're likely to play, Stilo, which one do you fear? Well, I shouldn't say fear. Which one do you, well, probably on the ladder at the moment, it looks like being Melbourne. Melbourne have knocked you over once this year. Brisbane knocked you over twice. Is there something there that they're doing that you blokes aren't doing, that you've done to all the other teams?
Well, I think last week, Brisbane kicked 120 something points. So I mentioned earlier about our defence. When we can't defend, it makes it really hard. And when you're giving up 120 points, as I said, we haven't really been concerned about us kicking the score, but it's hard to win when the opposition's kicking 120. So.
Is that overall? People said, it's the back line. Is it overall?
It is. And probably when we played with the Hawks a few weeks back, they sort of just, picked their way through us a little bit, and maybe teams had a bit of a look at that. So I guess for us, it's probably a good time that it happened, 4 or 5 weeks ago, that we've had time to put work in, and I think we got the results tonight.
Yeah. Well done. I know Lingy's got something to ask you.
I thought Mick and you might just catch up for a little bit longer still. I was about almost done for the night, but well done tonight. Can you take us back to the start of the game, coming into a game that you doesn't probably, it's hard to say it doesn't matter, but you know that you're probably finishing top 2, you're going to have a home final, playing against a weaker opposition. What was the number one focus? How did you want to start the first 5 or 10 minutes of the game?
Yeah, well, and when a team gets beaten comprehensively like they did last week, you expect them to come out and fire. So, for us, our last month of footy hasn't been our best. So, regardless of the opposition, we need to just worry about what we could control. And I keep mentioning our defence, and that's what we did. I thought our forwards were able to compete, just getting it inside there, and then just being able to play in our front half goes a long way for us winning games.
And then, can you take me, let's go a little bit further into the game. You were superb first half, did what you had to do, and were just really ruthless early. Games locked away, games won. What's it like in the second half when let's just get through this? but you still kind of got to play good footy.
Yeah, I was on the bench at half time and I said to Jamie, I didn't know he was getting subbed. I said, hopefully they sub me out here so I can get through. There was probably a few guys, but, I'm sure you've been in the position. Form's not something you want to flirt with, but I guess for us, our main, I keep saying it, our defence, it's what's going to win us games of footy, and it's what's had the good teams at the end of the year being able to hold up that cup. So that's the one thing that we can just control. We can't really control the opposition. All we can control is what we're doing.
And one last one from me. No doubt knowing that your finals locked away, everything like that, possibly done a little bit of preparation. What's the approximate, 11 days, 12 days, probably a little bit more, look like from here until that first final, possibly on the Friday night? Have you mapped out the rough training schedule?
So I think we obviously go back tonight and do some recovery. We've got a couple of days off over the weekend. It'll be a good chance for everyone to not put their feet up, but in a way to have a rest and relax for a little bit. But yeah, we'll come into the club early next week, and I guess by that stage we'll know who we're playing. So we'll have 2 weeks to prepare. Sorry for whoever that is, but I think it'll be nice just to, I haven't always been a big fan of the bye, but getting old now as well, I felt like I was every bit of 32 out there tonight, so it'll be nice to rest the body a little bit.
We'll see you back here in a fortnight, Steele. All the best for September.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
All the best, mate.
Thanks, Mickey.
Steele Sidebottom, the premiership winner with the Magpies back in 2010. And he's set for his 9th final series coming up. Collingwood qualify number 1 as the minor premiers, 18-5 on the season. While for Essendon, their regular season comes to a close with a 70-point defeat, 11-12.
So the last time he won a minor premiership, he doubled up. Pies will be hoping that trend repeats again.
What about the one he won in 2011 when they didn't win?
We're forgetting that one.
Benny, I've got another stat for you for Steele Sidebottom then. Just the level that he's gone to with games played, equal with the great Gordon Coventry for games played in Collingwood's all-time games list. Scotty Pendlebury's obviously number 1 with 380 games. It's incredible. Tony Shaw with the 313, and then Steele and Gordon Coventry on 306.
Man, it's
good company, isn't it?
Yeah.
What was the final injury for Jamie Elliott? So it was a corky.
Yeah.
Do we know whereabouts? Was it a quad
he
or
was
a hip?
getting work on his sort of
a glute.
High on his glute, sort of hip.
He's got 2 weeks to get over it.
Yeah.
And I bet you any money if it had been close and we'd need to win this game, I'll pick their side.
Here we go.
Ooh,
this is what we want to hear.
Who have you dropped?
Okay, I'll put the side in. So Howe, Moore and Quaynor. Maynard, Murphy, this all mix up for you. Crisp. Sidebottom, Adams, Dacos.
That's Josh.
Yeah.
Yep. Nick's not available.
Ginnivan, Myercheck, McCready, Elliott, McStay. I've got to go, but that would probably be Adams, Cameron, Pendlebury, Mitchell. It won't be quite like that, but these are numbers not necessarily on the bench, but this is how it'll work it through. Markov, Lipinski, Hill, Noble.
So you have dropped McRae, Finn McRae, of course.
Yep.
Hoskin Elliott.
Yep.
And who's the other one you've
Frampton.
Frampton, yes, you have.
So the ins and outs there are Moore, Murphy, McCreary in.
Yep.
Hoskin Elliott, Frampton, McRae out.
Yep.
They're the 3 changes for Mick Moldhouse.
So Hoskin Elliott, Dash, Cox, depending on weather and weather on who.
Opponent.
Okay.
Yep. So, yep. So, wet, greasy night, I wouldn't be taking Cox in. If it's a day game or whatever that gives him an advantage, then you take the extra. And I would say against Port Adelaide, you take the extra tall because I just don't think they defend the height well.
It's really Mackenzie down back with O'Leary.
Well, if he plays Mackenzie, that could be Jonas, and Jonas announced his retirement, and how he's been a terrific player for them, but he lacks height, and that's why O'Leary was so important to them. But Mackenzie's not much taller than, but he's a better kick, So he comes to the side, but let's say it's Melbourne. See, Melbourne then got to have that third defender that can actually compete in the air.
And that's where Frampton, if it's Melbourne, probably, you're right, misses because they don't have that super tall, threatening forward line where you need Frampton as the extra.
Well, Moore and Murphy are in though. So they take Frampton's place anyway, which is, look, it's harsh, but that's the reality. You can only take in 22 players plus an emergency, and we'll be wiser by the weekend to see who they're playing, and do they get through like Collingwood got through tonight with that injury. So you can now pick Collingwood, who've got 3 players come back in nice and fresh, probably train up next weekend and just go into the game. I mean, Darcy Moore with a hamstring, there's always that little doubt, and they'll run through that next Saturday, Sunday, and give him, if they're not playing on Thursday or Friday, so by probably Friday they'll really test him right out to say, right, you're ready to go. I think the diagnosis at the start of that was he's got a minor hamstring, so whether you can have a minor hamstring or not. But it's a really good football side. That is a ripping side.
Absolutely. Are they the premiership favourites?
I think they have to be the favourites.
Yep. You just haven't got the gap as daylight between the next best. So you think they are number one? Not by.
I'll say this right now, and I know this ground is not Brisbane's ground, but Brisbane have opened them up twice. Now, I know that if you look at the Collingwood side, they've had injuries on both times. But if you have a look at Melbourne know how to slow the game down and pull the game back into a... If you don't control the corridor against Collingwood, they win the premiership. Now, we take it away and just let Collingwood win the premiership. If you can take the corridor away, then they've got to go wide. Their forwards then have to come up the ground to win the football, and then you've got a lot further to go to score. I'm not convinced that they're a 100-point side. They did tonight, but they'll win games by 13 or 14 goals if they can get their back line right and clearly hold the side down to 10 or 11. But if they allow 15 goals, you're in trouble in finals with 15 goals. It's hard to make up.
Yeah. Have you got them as the best team, Lingy?
Yes, I have. Yep, definitely.
By a considerable way?
Not considerable, because there is that nagging feeling of health still. So you don't have Nick Dacos potentially until preliminary final week, just assuming they win their qualifying final. Darcy Moore should be healthy and should be fine with that minor hamstring. But
He'll lay off his player.
But maybe.
And that's a danger in the finals, because he'll lay off his because he's been laying off in the last 6 months, season goes 6 months, 3 months. He's been laying off his player a fair bit and allowing hit-up players.
Full-time Collingwood by 70 points into the Essendon rooms. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Andrew Phillips, the retiring ruckman, has been good enough to come out of the rooms and come straight to us. You're my neighbour. I see you around a lot, so it's I don't know. Is it an emotional time for you?
It is, yeah, absolutely. It is. I'm not sure when the reality will fully sink in. Walking down the race there, it hit me a little bit, but overall, I've sort of been surprised how it's sort of it's kept together for me. But I reckon it'll sink in at some stage for me.
I'll let the boys talk about footy. I'll talk about, so you've got a caravan out the front. Mick will love this story. I see you tinkering away on it, building it and fixing it up. And is it true it might not be able to get on the boat to take back to Tassie?
It was a struggle there at one stage. We actually struggled to get a booking for it, and we're going to have to fly back next year and come back and get it. But they added extra sail for us, and we jumped on and got it on. Luckily, so we're sweet.
So when are you out of here?
Mid-October we head back home.
Are you looking forward to it? You'll never come back to Melbourne again, will you?
Oh, mate, I've been looking forward to getting back to Tassie for years, and I'm just stoked to get the opportunity to now.
It's good to see you smiling so much. I'll send you upstairs, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Oh, Andrew, first of all, congratulations on your career, and all the very best with what you're going to do next, and head back to Tassie, as you said, and the journey after footy. Obviously not the way you wanted it all to finish tonight. How tough was it out there knowing that that's the last time you're going to be getting to play AFL footy, but obviously still being able to run around in the MCG and say goodbye to the Essendon fans?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Like you said, obviously not the way we wanted to go out, but I've always been pretty positive and always pretty smiley, so took the positives out of that, and had just like you said, just kept looking around and pinching myself about where I am and what I've got the opportunity to do, regardless of what was going on. And it's just the surreal and just soaking it all up because, it obviously won't happen again.
Andrew, congratulations, mate. So, what part of Tassie are you heading to? Because my son lives down and he wants another player for the veterans. So,
I'll be locking in Belrive there. We've got a little place there, so we'll be stoked up there.
That's an hour and a half or 2 hours up the road where he is. Just for the Essendon's public point of view, give us your favourite moment in football. Because, it's a credit to you. I know it's 3 clubs and that's the start, but the way you battled, you just kept at it all day. We were all hoping you had to kick that goal to remember the goal that was kicked on the MCG. But what's your favourite moments?
There's been a couple across all the clubs. Obviously, the first one for me was my first game, which was the GWS Giants' first win in Canberra, which was pretty special to be a part of. And then I think against the Bombers here at the G, playing for Carlton, I kicked a sealer from 50 and blew my hamstring in the last quarter. So
I remember that.
That'll be one I remember for a while. And then obviously enjoyed my time here, but running out with my family against North Melbourne a couple of weeks ago with the 2 little ones through the banner was a massive and pretty special for me.
Yeah, just one final one. What will you do with yourself when you go back to Tassie? Is there a hint of coaching, going back and having put the boots on, or is it all behind you, the football?
No, I'm open to anything at the moment. I'm sort of I'm taking calls left, right, and centre. I'm willing to hear sort of anyone out. I'm not locked into anything. I think I'm keen to have a kick again. I think I'd be silly not to. And then I obviously there's opportunity, hopefully even 2028 when the Tassie team rolls in. So I might try and keep my foot in the door for an opportunity down the track. But otherwise I'll jump on the tools and where I've been handy before. So there's a few doors to go down. But I'll wait and see what opens up.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Andrew, it's Ben Cameron here. We would have liked to have seen you kick a goal today. I think a lot of us look at you this year and think you're playing just about as good a football as you can. And I heard your coach, Brad Scott, say that he has greater visibility as to why now. But as much as you can tell us, why is the time right now for you?
It is a good question. Obviously, it is great to be having the year that I'm having, but we started planting the seed and making the decision a bit earlier in the year, and regardless on how my year went, we were pretty keen to head back, and fortunately enough I was able to have a good year and my best year, but that didn't change the decision that we were keen to make. So I think from my point of view, I'm still comfortable, regardless whether I won the BNF or took it out, I was still comfortable with my decision to get the family home back to Tassie. It's been 13 years away now, and with the 2 little ones, and we'd just love to have some friends and family and support, and I've missed home, so regardless of what happened, we're just so keen to head back.
Just a last one for me. We work with Mark Murphy, and he gave us a heads up on your goal kicking approach when a set shot. He said no matter how far out or how close it is, just run in and kick it as hard as you can.
Yeah,
and that's been your approach. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, so it's just my routine, just is to absolutely sky the ball. It just works for me for some reason, and I try and stick to that. It doesn't help the hammies in the last quarter when you've got to try and kick the skin off it every time. And I'm not a favourite with the property guys when I keep kicking all the footies on the roof at training either, but that's all part of it.
Andrew, congratulations on a wonderful career over a long period of time. 3 different clubs, 4 years at each. Really appreciate your time, and all the best for what's to come next. Hopefully we hear from you again on ABC Radio.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Andrew Phillips, the retiring Bomber, after his 82nd game, a 70-point win for Collingwood tonight. They shore up the minor premiership.
I know we've got to move on, but there's something I find really wholesome. I don't know what the right word is about the fact that he's basically decided, look, it's been 13 years away from home for the family, and I'm moving home for the family, come what may this season. I love it. Something about it I really like. I think speaks to him as a bloke.
And also the fact, I'm going to put the boots on again. I don't know where I'm going to play. I don't know who he played with down there, but
tell you what, it'd be pretty handy.
Could you imagine just putting him in the goal square? I don't know whether the property shield
Sky
would
out
like
of
it
the-
because they only have one football down there.
Kick him into the Derwent.
And that'd be yeah, that's right. Well, he would too, wouldn't he? Yeah,
He's got a bit of breeze at the Belgrave Oval playing games down there. Full time. So Collingwood by 70 points, just to tie a bow on it. Jamie Elliott was subbed out at half time. It was a corky. It was only precaution, so he'll be right to go. Collingwood expected to get back Moore, Murphy and McCreary for the first final. They won't get Nick Dacos. He has been ruled out of the first final by the club earlier tonight. Meanwhile, for Essendon, unfortunately, Kane Baldwin was subbed out in the opening minutes with a suspected concussion. He failed a head injury assessment. Andrew Phillips and McDonald, Tip and Woody retire. Collingwood kicked the first 11 goals of the night and was a wrap from that point on halfway through the second quarter. Really, it was done at quarter time or 10 minutes into the game. Collingwood piling on 8 goals in the first term. They won every quarter. Collingwood by 70 points in the finish at full time.
Corby, just one for you, just to cheer you up even more for the evening that you've had. I'll give you the actual final scoreline. It's not that one that's up on the scoreboard right there. This is the last 2 matches scoreline. 41-17, 263 to 8-19, 67, a margin of 196 points.
Oh, it could have been worse.
They kept it under 200, though, Corbs.
Kept it under 200. That's it for Essendon. It couldn't end soon enough. 11-12. The season is done and their finals drought continues. That is, finals wins. They have played in 6 final series since 2004, but haven't won a single final since that 04 elimination final. Now, the week 1 schedule, so that the slate as we expect it to be at the moment would be 5v8 on a Thursday night, 1v4 on a Friday night.
Is it? Can I just go this? I'm going to go to the AFL here.
Yep.
Is this because of we want big crowds, or is it because it makes sense to have? Why don't we just get rid of the crowd and the monies thing and put down the common sense thing first and see where it falls? The bottom line, we know Gill gets part, whatever the percentage and God knows what else, but get the game right. Look. You've got a right in the top 4 to think everyone has got an advantage of this bye, which we don't like. Play so that the clubs who finish in the top 4 have the extra day.
So you should play the 2 qualies first?
Yes.
And then the elimination finals.
Absolutely you should.
Is that what you guys are thinking?
Yep. You play all year. You even play an extra game this year, 23 games. There's some more money in the skyrocket. You know what? You get through all of that and you're in the top 4. You deserve a little bit of an extra advantage, a tiny bit.
So this is not all locked in and it can still change and everything else. But I think the thinking from the AFL is very much that if there are elimination finals or a qualifying final in Brisbane and Sydney, non-traditional AFL states, if you play it on the Saturday, chance to try and maximise crowds on the weekend rather than trying to play those games midweek.
Play the games.
But and I get they try and group the potential semi-final opponents close to each other. Thursday night, Friday night, and then the 2 Saturdays. I get all that, but I think the top 4 should get a slightly greater advantage.
You finished there for
Yep.
You've finished there. I know it's an advantage.
And you know what you definitely shouldn't have is, so let's say it is Carlton on the Thursday night. You shouldn't have a 5th versus 8 winner having an extra day's rest over a 1st versus 4th loser.
Yeah.
Just on the NRL tonight, I mentioned it was lopsided at halftime where the Cowboys were leading the Dolphins 24-zip. They ended up winning 34-10, so margin stayed the same, 24 in favour of the Cowboys. Earlier, the Warriors beat the St George Illawarra Dragons 18-6. In the basketball tonight, the World Cup campaign is underway for the Aussies, 98-72 over Finland, so big win for the Boomers. They blew Finland out in the second half. They are favoured to get through their group. In fact, they're one of the favourites to win the whole thing. So that's in Japan, their pool stage matches. I just want to touch on the games that matter for the remainder of the weekend. But first, Lingy, the votes for the last time in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Yeah, good luck with these because I've pretty much only done it on the first half. I am going to give a vote to Brodie Myercheck for that reason. 3 goals in the first half, just set them up, did a terrific job. Braden Maynard's going to get 2 votes. Although just controlled that back line, intercept, hard as nails, tackles, intercept possessions, did everything. And 3 votes to Jordan De Goey. I think he was the most dynamic player on the field. 27 touches, 7 score involvements, kicked a goal. Tom Mitchell had the most possessions on the ground with 33, had 7 clearances. So he was very, very good, but I reckon a lot of those touches were in the second half. So my votes are purely on the first half of that game.
Well, if you looked at the second half, I just got 1-9 to 4-3.
Yeah.
So, Collingwood put it
Q
in the rack and just said, look, we're ready for the second week of the first week of the finals.
I like that. 3 for De Goey, 2 for Maynard, 1 for Myercheck, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Now, there are 2 key games which matter. Firstly, Western Bulldogs trip down to Geelong to play the Cats Saturday night. And then on Sunday, Carlton hosting GWS. Now, what we learnt today is Patrick Cripps is out, so he will not play. He'll have 2 weeks off, of course, before that first final. And for him, it'll be the first final he ever plays in. He became the first Brownlow medalist in 66 years to have not played a single final, and he'll get the chance to do that to lead the Blues. This time last year, the Bulldogs entering the last round, they needed to win and hope Carlton lost. This time they need to win and hope Carlton win. So again, they're relying on the Blues result, and as Bart Simpson would say, the ironing is delicious on that front for the Bulldogs.
Isn't it amazing that if the Dogs get up Saturday night, that their nemesis, their rival, their hated team, the Giants, could knock off the Blues and tip them out of finals?
It's interesting, isn't it?
Stare it a little bit more.
If that happens, they need to schedule that game round 1 next year.
Yes.
Bulldogs, Giants. Who wins firstly? Tomorrow night, Dogs, Cats.
Well, if there's only 3 quarters played, the Dogs.
Okay. What if they play the last quarter?
Well, it doesn't matter which quarter because they have 1 bad quarter, and that's enough for sides to beat them. Every game, this
They
year,
concede more run-ons than any other team.
Oh, they honestly, the bus either is very slow getting there, or the plane is held up somewhere. The other game.
Can that version of Geelong win, Lingy?
Oh, it's tough. No Hawkins, no Bruin, no Duncan, no Cameron, no Ratugolea, no Close. Whew, that's very, very tough. Toby Conway playing his first game of AFL footy against potentially the All-Australian ruckman in Tim English. This is as good a chance as the Dogs have had to win there. I think since 2005, is it?
Long time.
No, that's tough for the Cats. So I'll never actually tip against them.
Yeah,
I'll never say the word.
That's as good as a tip against them will get. So say the Dogs win, then it all comes down to Sunday night, the Cripsless Blues up against the Giants.
Well, I don't think Cripper's going to be the difference, with all due respect. So he's a great player because they're getting players back.
Cherry Walsh back.
I just think they've been up for a long time, and the Giants have snuck up on a lot of people. Their biggest regret through the year would be beaten by West Coast, their first win of the year.
Round 2, horrible.
It's amazing the 2 teams that are fighting out for that last spot both lost to the Eagles.
Yeah.
The Bulldogs and the Giants.
Yeah. I'm almost suspecting that the Giants might get up.
Lingy?
Carlton.
Oh, what
Walsh and Cherry back.
So you would have the Bulldogs in, and Mick, you would have the Giants in under that.
I'll take the Dogs and the Giants.
Thanks, Ben. I was about to ask just before we went. Thanks to Ben Cameron. Thanks to you, both Mick and Lingy. We'll see you throughout the final series. There's no doubt about that. As we will Tim Hodges as well. Thanks to Stu Baker, holding it all down into the cult figure Adam Jones back in the studio. It's going to be a hell of a weekend to come. Stay with us on Grandstand AFL, back from 12 noon Eastern tomorrow, or in your local markets, 11 in SA, 10 in WA. Good